Hello and welcome everybody to USPBL Baseball here on the USPBL Network. We've got a Saturday doubleheader for you. It's the visiting Westside Woolly Mammoths taking on the home Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Thank you so much for joining us here on YouTube and Facebook, or if you're here at Jimmy John's Field watching on the My Michigan TV pregame show. We hope you are enjoying this Saturday evening. That's a familiar face, our occasional in-game host and in-game host tonight, Kara Wolfbauer. I'm Brendan Shabath. Kara, thanks so much for being here. We get you on another broadcast.
Yeah, thanks for having me. You know, I'm used to being up in the stands more in front of everybody, but I love being over here too. And I did the pregame one time, got lucky enough to be up in the booth, so it's great to be here today.
And now don't fret, Kara will be through the stands being our in-game host tonight. You will see her on Facebook and YouTube as well during the break. So, Kara, it's been a very fun, exciting last couple weeks, but particularly this weekend, the big news, obviously, last night, the Unicorns beat the Beavers 8-0, clinch first place in the playoffs. They have 4 more regular season games, but after that, they'll only play 1 game, and that's going to be in the championship on Sunday, September 11th. Kind of what we expected. Unicorns have been in first place all season long. They go wire to wire with the lead. And they're going to be in the championship. Only 1 game left for them to win.
Well, you can feel it too, just in the stands, being a player too. The tensions start to get higher as we head towards championship week. It's more exciting. It's more engaging with the fans. People start to show up. You're still playing the same guys all season, but the stakes are higher this time.
And there are still some stakes to be shaken out. The Beavers, you know, what is left for them now that they can no longer finish their chase and take first place from the Unicorns late in this year. They're at a good spot to finish second. 3.5 games above the Hoppers right now, who are in third. The Mammoths sit a few games behind the Hoppers in fourth. But it's not all said and done for the Beavers. They are by no means locked up for second place. They've lost 2 in a row, and it kind of looks and feels like maybe those really hot bats that they had after the college showcase and after the All-Star break when they got some of the new guys, maybe they fizzled out a little bit. So the Hoppers currently sit 3.5 games back with 5 to play. All of the 5 games left for the Hoppers are going to be against these Mammoths that we'll see tonight. And, you know, the Hoppers have won 2 in a row. They picked up a win already against the Beavers earlier this week on Thursday. That was an 11-1 game for a very long time, and then eventually was an 11-7 final. The Beavers made it a little interesting in the end, but the Beavers certainly can't get comfortable right now. It's a bit of a longer shot for the Hoppers to retake second place, but in talking with the Hoppers and the guys on their team and Ryan Kottke and John Dombrowski, they think they can do it, and they're going to make that chase.
Well, I think, too, especially heading towards the end of the season, we just talked about the Beavers. I think it's about finding more consistency. I think the Beavers have struggled with consistency so far this season, even on the mound. For example, we've seen Austin Shea. He's had some amazing games out there, but finding that mound presence, finding where you're comfortable, and really getting into the game as we head towards the end here.
And so, for those of you that don't know, Kara is a softball player at the University of Detroit Mercy, so you are familiar with the end of season, the late season excitement and craziness going on, whether it's in the division or the conference or whatever. So just talk about like the player's perspective and kind of how you deal with all that noise and doing the math and checking the schedule at the end of the season.
Well, I think the biggest thing is still trying to find fun in all of it. Sometimes you look at the beginning of season, 40-some games, it can be pretty daunting sometimes. So just remembering it's the same game I played since I was 4 years old, and that's what these guys have to do too. You loved it once, you got to keep loving it. I know higher stakes are right now, but you just got to remember it's the same thing you grew up loving your whole life. So that's my mentality, at least.
And for those wondering, Kara does always bring the nice outfits, but it is Pink Out the Park Night Breast Cancer Awareness, as well as 80s Night. Should hear some good 80s music. You got a favorite 80s band?
Oh, we talked about Journey earlier. I do always like Journey, especially you hear their music at Detroit Red Wings games all the time.
Yeah.
How could you not, right?
Born and raised in South Detroit, huh? We got a game coming up on the east side here in Utica. It's the Hoppers and the Mammoths on the other side of the break. Stick around.
these business owners find the time for peace of mind? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with Tryon, one of the nation's top professional employer organizations, provides access to top-tier health care and employee benefit plans and its team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Welcome back to Jimmy John's Field here for another Saturday doubleheader. It's the Mammoths and the Hoppers here on 80s night as well as Pink Out the Park night. Day we spend for breast cancer awareness here at the USPBL. Your game time weather, sunny skies, 79 degrees, partially cloudy but mostly sunny. Sunset is scheduled for 8:14 p.m. tonight. We've got a high of 81 and a low of 54 as we get towards the end of the summer. Tonight's game is brought to you by the following: Ascension, Belfour Property Restoration, Budweiser, DTE Energy, Fifth Third Bank, Jarbcom, Jimmy John's, Macomb Community College, McLaren Macomb, McQuaid Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Refrigeration, Metro Detroit Chevy Dealers, Pepsi, Scott's, and United Wholesale Mortgage. As they announce the starting lineups, let's take a look at the pitcher comparison here in Game 1. For the Mammoths on the mound, it'll be the handy-dandy, trusty Colin Ledbetter. He's been fantastic all season long. You see that 1.80 ERA. That is one of the best in the leagues, but he's going against Harry Orth, who has been magnificent as of late for the Hoppers. In their last doubleheader 2 weeks ago against the Beavers, Orth started in Game 1, went 5 complete innings, struck out 8 batters. He's got a good fastball splitter combination. That splitter is a deadly pitch for Harry. We'll see how it goes tonight here in Game 1. We've got first pitch coming up as we step aside for the anthem here on the USPBL Network.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Jimmy John's Field is the perfect venue for birthday parties, summer picnics, company outings, and provides the best entertainment in Metro Detroit with great baseball all summer long. Spend your summer nights under the lights at Jimmy John's Field in historic downtown Utica.
The Cousin O Band with a nice rendition of the national anthem, and that means we're ready for first pitch here at Jimmy John's Field. Before that, let's take a look at the Mammoths starting lineup tonight here in game number 1 of our straight doubleheader. It'll be Tanner Thomas leading it off. He'll play out in center field. Nick Caruso back with his original team tonight, not catching. He'll be out in left, batting second, and then it'll be Elijah Brown playing second and batting third. Houston Parker, the cleanup man on the hot corner defensively at third base. Connor Emmett over on the other corner at first. He'll bat fifth. Brian Leaf, your designated hitter for the Mammoths tonight, batting sixth. Connor Bagneski is in the sixth hole defensively at short. He'll bat seventh. Sam Loda has the duties behind the dish, batting eighth. And then Buddy Dwayne Jr. gets the start out in right field, batting ninth here in game number 1. They're led on the mound by Colin Ledbetter. The Hoppers will be led by that guy, Harry Orth, 41 in the third innings this season. A 3.92 ERA, 8 walks to 33 strikeouts. Harry's been really good as of late. Got a few moments as we wait for the band to clear from the field. So with that, let's take a look at the defense behind Orth tonight. Here in game 1, the defense brought to you by Three Dimensional Services Group. Out in left, it's Marcoux. In center, Blake Porter. And in right, Bryant Schellenbarger. On the corners, it's Joe Burke. And the birthday boy, Yadi Rivera, over at third base. Alex Pupp and Christian Fedko are the double play combination up the middle. And Whit Hughes will catch in game number 1. Scott Combs will have the duties in game number 2. For Orth, it's a four-seam fastball, curveball, and splitter. Him and Hughes work really well together. Talked to Witt a couple weeks ago, and he says he really loves catching for Orth, and he really loves that splitter that Harry has. Says it's a really true splitter, does what it's supposed to do. Has a lot of downward break late on its delivery to the plate, and coupled with the fastball, causes a lot of swing and miss. 19 strikeouts in 45 at-bats for Harry Orth this season. Far and away his pitch. He'll go against Thomas, Caruso, and Brown, left, right, left. The lefty-righties for the Mammoths tonight alternate all the way down to the 7-hole in the lineup here in game 1. Starting with the center fielder, Thomas, on the left side. For Orth, he's been decidedly better against those that dig into the left-handed batter's box. 194 average for lefties this season. First pitch of game 1 on time at 5:29. It's a fastball on the outside edge for strike 1. Up the middle, Pupp will play it on a hop and spin over to first. 6-3 goes the first out. Brings up Caruso. Ort's last time out was a start last Saturday against the Unicorns. Not his best. Did go 6 innings, but only struck out 2. Gave up 5 earned runs on 9 hits. That was a big day for the Unicorns. Caruso played with those Unicorns last night, helping them out on a shortened roster. First pitch chopped over to Rivera. Back-to-back groundouts. That'll bring up the smooth criminal, Elijah Brown. Leads the league in steals with 24 on 24 attempts. That's also a USPBL single-season record. Overheard him pregame today, said that was, he wrote down some of his goals this year, and that was one of them. And he achieved that with flying colors. Also said one of his goals for Brown, that is, was to lead the league in batting average. 279 for him in 34 games this year. Probably would be pretty close to the league best, which is above 350. But he had a tough start to the year. That wasn't really any fault of his own. Got pretty unlucky with the placement of some of the balls that were put in play for him. Had one of the best batting averages on balls in play, one of the best barrel rates, but an average, after about a month, a batting average that is of 160. A lot of contact outs directly to outfielders. He'll take a walk here. That's the first base runner with 2 outs. There's speed on the paths now for the Mammoths. And pretty much anybody you walk in this lineup, we can say there's speed on the base paths. They're leaps and bounds ahead of any other team in the league in the stolen base category. 77 for the Mammoths. The Hoppers are second in the league with 34 total steals. Parker at the dish. Brown doesn't go on the first pitch. It's popped up right side near the screen. Boy, scoots over it by about a foot. Pretty good 2-out situation for the Mammoths if Brown can get into scoring position at second base. Parker's their best RBI machine this year. 22 in 37 games this season. Brown goes. Parker out into center. Brown faked like he was going to go. He's still going to get to third here, so the corners will be occupied with 2 down for Connor Emmett. Good piece of hitting from Houston Parker in his first at-bat with 2 outs. Now Brown is a wild pitch away from opening up this game early for the Mammoths. First inning brought to you by Ascension here in the USPBL Network. Emmett in double digits after today in games played. Got here earlier in the month of August. This will be his 10th appearance. First pitch swings and fouls it straight down. Off to a bit of a slower start, 156, but the Mammoths like what they see in this guy. Has some natural power. Has been a pretty good fielder. Has made some really nice throws defensively in right field already. And is versatile. He's playing first base here in game 1. Ball on a strike. Tipped back foul, 2-2. Two. Inside, it hit Emmett. Brown will not be awarded home plate. You could see he was waiting for the wild pitch. He has scored a number of times that way this season, but instead it will be the bases loaded now with 2 outs. Fastball in for a strike, 0-1 on Leaf. Right near the middle of the league, 250 average for Bryan. Out into right field. This one's going to drop in front of Schellenbarger, a base hit. Brown has already scored. Parker being waved around the throw. Hughes, swipe tag. No, didn't get him. He's safe. 2-run RBI for Bryan Leaf, and the Mammoths strike first here in the top of the first. Two-out rally for the Mammoths. This game started back-to-back groundouts, 1 to short and 1 to third. But since then, Elijah Brown started things off with a 4-pitch walk. Single, hit by pitch, single, 2-run score. It's 2-0 Mammoths. Orth's first pitch to Bagneski, high and outside. It's a fastball in the dirt. The fastball averages around 89 for Harry. We're seeing some interesting numbers today. All season long, it's been fastball, splitter, curveball. In that order, as far as usage for Orth. There are a cutter and a slider on his list as well. The slider is used at 0.2% of the time, and the cutter 1.8. As Bagneski nearly goes down to a knee on the 2-1. But none of the pitches average around 85 miles an hour, which we've seen a number of times already from Orth, except for the cutter. Sounds like he might be working on that pitch. Also a chance it's just a fastball with less velocity. Inside, 3-1. But it's not unusual to see guys who've been here for a while, for most of the season. Orth wasn't here since spring training, but does have 40-plus innings already. It's not unusual to see these guys work on developing a 4th or a 5th pitch to this point in the year. Bagneski, full count now, 3-2. It's primarily something that's done in the bullpen sessions, in early work and on the off days. And maybe you see it 2 to 5 times in a game. We'll have to ask Orth after the fact. Full count now, 2 down, runners on the move. That's inside, but they call him for strike 3. Bagneski was halfway to first and gets pulled back. The Mammoths get 2 in the first with 2 outs. Harry strands the rest. We'll now throw it down to Kara Wolfbauer for our Thrifty Florist Sweetheart of the game. Kara?
All right, thanks, Johnny. For everybody who can't find me today, I'm over here in section 101, right above the Mammoths dugout for our sweetheart of the game today. But before we start this segment, I want to say thank you so much for coming out tonight to Jimmy John's Field for our 80s night and Pink Out the Park. So it's great to see you guys all dressed up in pink today. Now, our friend Ann, whose family, stand up, Ann, let's see ya. This is Ann today. Her daughter's actually the host family of Colin Ledbetter, which is awesome. But Ann got these beautiful bouquet of flowers from our field general, JJ. JJ set out on a mission today and went to our friends at Thrifty Florist and picked out this beautiful bouquet of flowers for Ann. So thank you, Michigan First Credit Union, for sponsoring our field general, and thank you, Thrifty Florist. All right, let's hear it from you, Johnny.
That's Kara throwing it back to our PA announcer here at Jimmy John's Field, Johnny G. Now let's take a look at the Freaky Fast Facts brought to you by Jimmy John's here on 80s Night. Early cell phones weighed as much as 20 pounds. Wow. Those were not mobile exactly. Wearing a seatbelt wasn't required by law until 1984. Yeah, there has been a lot of advancements in automobile safety, thankfully, since the 80s. The Rubik's Cube was originally called the Hungarian Magic Cube. Rubik's Cube rolls off the tongue a little bit better. Thankfully, they changed the name. Colin Ledbetter, his first inning of work will be against Pup, Porter, and Rivera of the Hoppers with an early 2-0 lead. Ledbetter this season, 44 innings. We mentioned that 1.84 ERA. 48 strikeouts, just 19 walks for Colin. We've given him the nickname Slip and Slide for that slider that he uses. Couples it with a sinker. Not exactly high velocity. The slider is one of the harder sliders in the league, but it also has some of the nastiest movement. And he has diced up so many hitters this season with those two pitches. Throws them almost equally, about 49% with the sinker and 47% with the slider. His third pitch is a changeup. That results in that other 3%. Boy, you look at the strikeout numbers per pitch. To give a little context, in 86 at-bats, Colin has gotten 8 strikeouts with the sinker. In 84 at-bats, he's gotten 43 with the slider. Unreal, arguably the most difficult pitch to hit in the league this year. He's a guy on the very short list for pitcher of the year right now. First pitch to Pup, slider, swing and a miss. Pup had a really good game on Thursday. 4 for 5 in that one. He spits on that slider, but it clips the outside edge of the zone. Sorry, Pup was 3 for 4 plus a walk. Scored 3 runs. Had an RBI as well. One of his best games all season. Sinker high. On the ground left side, Bagneski charges and fires over to first. Similar start for the Hoppers order as the Mammoths last inning. 6-3 ground out for the first out. With that, let's take a look at the rest of the lineup tonight for the Hoppers here in Game 1. Pup led it off. He's followed by Blake Porter out in center field. Yadi Rivera, the birthday boy, turning 23 years old, over at third. Marcoux left. Burke at first. Kreitzer, the designated hitter. Schellenbarger in right. Hughes behind the dish, batting 8th, and then Fedko will bat 9th and play 2nd. So here's Porter from the left side, 1 of 3 in a row. Checked his swing, but he tipped it foul. Ledbetter has been outstanding against both sides. Opponents in general hitting just 185 against him. Slightly better against lefties. And again, that's not how you would typically expect it if you were a newcomer just tuning in for one of the first times this year, but that's a trend we've had all season long. Pitchers better against the opposite-handedness. Some think it's a comfortability thing. Others think it's just the fact that there aren't a lot of lefty pitchers and lefty bats throughout the league. 1-2, swing and a miss. Got him with the sinker. That's the second out, first K for Ledbetter. Take a look at the defense behind Colin in the first game. Caruso out there in left, Thomas in center, and Dwayne out in right. Parker and Emmett on the corners. Bagneski and Brown up the middle, and Sam Loda has the duties behind the dish. As we mentioned, Yadi Rivera celebrating a birthday today. Turns 23. Native of Rio Grande, Puerto Rico. Spent his college days here in the States at Northwestern Ohio. He was a teammate there with one of his teammates here, Christian Perez, a middle infielder who we'll see in Game 2. Yadi was a standout at UNOH. 1-1 skips inside. 426 average this past season, 1,200 OPS, 11 home runs, 64 RBIs, and nearly double as many walks as strikeouts. He dominated the Wolverine Hoosier Athletic Conference. Two and two. He was not just good at the plate, he was good defensively. Won back-to-back Gold Gloves as an infielder there, and he's been a mainstay since he's gotten here at third base. One of the best defenders in the league. Slider, backdoor, got him looking for strike three. Back-to-back Ks to end the first, and the Mammoths will end it with a 2-run lead.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's, $5 off orders of 20 or more.
What makes Detroit Mercy so unique is the fact that it's in the middle of Detroit, and especially with their service learning programs, you really get a chance to be a part of the community.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Here in the second, back at the ballpark, 8, 9, and 1 hitters for the Mammoths with an early 2-0 lead. Loda, Dwayne Jr., and then the top of the order, Tanner Thomas. Going against Harry Orth, 2 runs on 2 hits and 4 base runners in that first inning. First pitch, a little blooper on the right side. That is foul, but playable for Burke. 1 pitch and 1 out here in the second. Orth, this is his 4th time pitching against the Mammoths, but he hasn't done it in over a month. The last one came back on July 22nd. None of his appearances against the Mammoths have been starts. So a bit of a different look for Harry tonight, and for the Mammoths as well. They like what they saw in the first inning. In his relief appearances against the Mammoths as well, Orth has never gone more than 3 innings. They're expecting him to go deep tonight. Only a 6-inning game here on our doubleheader. Last time he pitched in a doubleheader, started and went 5 complete. Dwayne Jr. at the dish, facing a 1-1 count this season. Buddy hitting .231. Pounds that one foul. Couple of home runs for him. That's 4 total. A guy who is on any pitch in any at-bat in swing mode, for better or for worse. It's led to a lot of power and a slugging percentage above 400, but also some swing and miss. Fights that one back. Dwayne, one of the favorites, not just on his own team, but in the league, as far as a player and personality. 2-2. Talking with some of the guys a couple weeks ago. Buddy wasn't around. We were just discussing, I believe it was after he'd hit a home run or made a nice throw in the outfield, and they were marveling and raving about the sheer athleticism and skill that this guy has. There's a lot of untapped potential here to go along with some already good numbers. You see the natural size, 6'5", 235. Easy power for Dwayne. And heard an interesting conversation during the Tigers broadcast last night on my way home from the game about the plate discipline and coaches teaching that. Dwayne down on strikes, gives a nod to Orth. That was the splitter that got him swinging for strike 3. And that's pretty on cue, just because the conversation was about players in minor leagues and the plate discipline stats, whether it's a lot of walks or a lot of swing and miss. And a common phrase you'll always hear is, you can't walk your way to the show. You can't. Talked to Von Joshua earlier in the year. He said one of the things some of the Dominicans that he played with would say is, you can't walk your way off the island. You know, coaches are looking for hitting, and then once you get there, for guys that do have that swing and miss, it's easier to reel a guy in rather than, you know, get him to start being more aggressive and swinging more. That can lead to all sorts of issues, but it's a lot easier to bring a guy back from a bunch of swing and miss and some aggression and get him to look for his pitch and wait on some pitches. We've already seen it happen with a couple guys this year. You think about a guy on the Hoppers, designated hitter tonight, Nick Kreitzer. Last season, 10 walks and 30 Ks. This season for Nick, 30 walks, 29 Ks. An astonishing turnaround. Thomas, who's 0 for 1, grounds one to the right side. Burke on his knees, underhand flip, and a nice play. 1, 2, 3 for Orth. Just what he needed after a longer first inning. Keeps the score where it is. Hoppers batting in the second.
There are things you can rely on in this world, like your dog being happy to see you, coffee getting you through the day, and the government changing business regulations. And when it comes to navigating those regulations, you can rely on Tryon and its team of attorneys. Tryon can also tackle time-consuming HR tasks like payroll and employee benefits, so you can stay focused on growing your business. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
That man had a good first inning, ground out and 2 strikeouts in order. So he'll face the middle of the order, Marcoux, Burke, and Kreitzer, 4, 5, and 6 hitters here in the second. And there you see Marcoux with the pink breast cancer awareness jersey. Fouls that one off his foot. The game-worn jerseys are available through an online fundraising auction. You can go online at www.32, that's 32auctions.com/pinkout. Auction opens today at 4 p.m., or opened, I should say, a little over an hour ago, almost 2 hours, and will close next Sunday, September 4th at noon. A portion of the auction proceeds will benefit Shades of Pink Foundation in their mission to provide financial assistance to breast cancer patients and survivors in Southeast Michigan. So go ahead, hit that 32auctions.com/pinkout website. Looks like trouble here for Sam Loda. Ledbetter looked like he was immediately calling to the dugout. I don't know what for. Take a look on the replay here. Ooh, Loda got hit in the same spot Caruso did. Tipped off the bat of Marcoux and then off the dirt and into the groin area. That would be quite a coincidence. Looks like Loda's okay, though, here on the 1-2. That's smacked out into center field. A base hit. First hit and base runner for the Hoppers. It's Marcoux leading it off in the second. Brings up Burke. JJ makes an appearance. It's been quite the season for Joe. Really hot start. Swings at the slider inside. Was up in the upper 200s of the batting average, had plenty of home runs, and has just fallen into kind of a second half slump. He has stayed in the heart of this order for the Hoppers. There's so much potential to do damage in this bat that Ryan Cockey just can't find it in him to move Joe down or take him out. You saw the defensive play last inning. That's another thing that has kept him in the lineup. They know what he's capable of. Just trying to uncork it from Burke right now. 6 home runs on the year. Last home run came earlier this month, back on August 4th. Checks his swing on the 1-2 that's in the dirt. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Two-two. Popped it up high. Left side. Going back is Bagneski. He meets Caruso there and makes the grab.
Next up, the designated hitter, number 22,
The lefty Kreitzer. Big country. Colorado native will step in here with 1 down. We already talked about it for Nick, the difference between last year's numbers and this year's. And you would hope that there would be some improvement. For certain guys, it's just minimal and not as drastic as it is for Nick. Had no home runs last year. He's got 6. That's tied with Berg for most on the Hoppers. We mentioned the walks and strikeouts. Has nearly doubled his RBIs, his OPS as well. Batting average 20 points more. Fly ball to right. There to make the grab. Marcoux is off the back. He might have forgot how many outs there were. Well, Dwayne caught it. Marcoux was on the move. Not sure if he thought there were 2 outs or not, but they'll get doubled off to end the inning. The Hoppers get 1 base hit and nothing more. It's still 2-0 as we go to the 3rd.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Two nothing Mammoths here in, I guess, the middle innings of our 6-inning doubleheader, inning number 3. It'll be Caruso, Brown, and Parker, 2, 3, and 4 hitters for the Mammoths. Comment on Facebook and YouTube. Say hello. It's just me tonight, but it can be me and you. It's 80s night. Comment your favorite 80s band or song or food. I don't know. Your favorite 80s local sports team memory. Caruso out into center on the first pitch. Porter went back a few, now has to race in, slides, makes a grab. No shocker there. Blake Porter swallows anything out there into center, and that's the first out. Michael Orth on YouTube says, let's go Harry and the Hoppers. Harry has recorded 5 outs in a row since the first inning. 2 runs on 2 hits in that inning for the Mammoths. Pretty good crowd tonight here for Game 1 of our Saturday doubleheader. Hopefully most stay for Game 2. These are scheduled to be 2 really good games tonight. Both teams battling for 3rd and 4th place with an outside chance at 2nd. Now 3 and 4 do play each other, so it's a little bit less important. They play each other Friday, September 9th in Game 1 of our playoffs. It's a little bit less important as to what seed you are in that. The only difference is home field advantage for the 3 seed. But the Hoppers and Mammoths are going to be very close friends, it looks like, as we end this season. The Hoppers, after Game 1 tonight, have 4 games left, all against the Mammoths. Brown walked and scored his first time. And there it is again, another walk. Back-to-back at-bats that Orth walks Brown on just 4 pitches. Claire DeFranco and Madeline St. Pierre from our dance crew here at the USPBL say they're here tuning in from the 3rd floor. Pickoff move back. They got Elijah Brown over there at first base. Orth caught him leaning. That's the 2nd out, and a really big one to take off the fastest guy in the league off the base paths. Nothing on Parker. Now make it 1-0 as that one's in the dirt. Boy, Parker almost got hit again. I asked him about that today. We've talked about it a number of times this season. He leads the league in hit by pitches this year. He's been hit a total of 16 times. That's double 2nd place. Nearly double. Antilles has been hit 9 times of the Unicorns. But he says, I don't know what it is. I don't stand too close in the box. He does stand inside on the plate, but it's not crowding. He doesn't lean in. He says he thinks he just doesn't really try to get out of the way too much like some of the other guys. Helps the on-base percentage. He's got a top 10 one in the league, .421 this season. And there you see him. I mean, that's inside the box, but that's not any different than most of the guys in the league. It's by no means crowding the plate. Checked his swing. The appeal to first, they say he went around. That's strike 3. So Orth faces the minimum in back-to-back innings, and that is your 5th third out of this game, brought to you by Fifth Third Bank. Now JJ, the field general turned water boy, will give a delivery to our fielding umpire who just made that call and gets a visit from Buddy Dwayne as well. How about that? We haven't seen that this year. Dwayne, the right fielder for the Mammoths, races out there quickly to meet with JJ and our umpire. JJ also, look at that, gets a treat too. It's a fair trade. Time for Karen, the DTE Kid Race the
Thanks,
Mascot.
Johnny. All right, fans, it's for my most favorite time of the year. It is the DTE Kid versus the Mascot race. I am here with Aria today, and it's a very special race today because it's her 7th birthday. Happy birthday, Aria. You're going to do great today. Now, she's a little nervous, so she's going to need your help to get home, guys, okay? All right, Aria, you ready? Face this way, babe. Ready, set, go. Take off. She's coming fast out of the gate. Go, Aria, here we go. She's rounding 2. I'm gonna meet you at home. She's going 3, she plays basketball, so she's pretty fast. All right, fans, she needs your help to get home. Come on, I'm waiting for you. Right here for the high five. And she's safe, she wins today. Happy birthday, girl. All right, let's hear it from you, Johnny.
Pretty good birthday gift for 7-year-old Aria, beating Ribby here on the DTE Kid Race the Mascot in the 3rd inning. Mammoths lead it 2-0 right now. That guy, Colin Ledbetter, has been very good. He's only faced 6 batters through 2 innings. We'll see what he can do here in the 3rd. Did give up a hit last inning, but Marcoux either forgot how many outs there were or just wasn't quite paying attention. Got doubled off on a line out, a hard liner, albeit, to right field from Nick Kreitzer, but not one that you'll see a double back to first for the 2nd out too often. That ended the inning there. So it's Schellenbarger, Hughes, and Fedko, 7, 8, 9 in the 3rd. Schellenbarger pounds one off his foot. Shelley hitting .234 this season. Ohio native. College ball at Akron, .282 average there last year. Way outside on the off speed from Ledbetter. 1 ball, 1 strike. We talked the last time the Hoppers were up about the improvements that Kreitzer has made from this season as compared to last. There's 2 young fans. I think they're enjoying it. They're not necessarily watching the field, but they're here. Looks like they're having a good time. But Ryan Kotke, if you're out here ever during batting practice, has a fun new toy that he brought around at the start of the month. It's an iPad with a tripod. He takes video of these guys' swings in practice and for BP before games here on game days. And there's a number of guys who have been very grateful to him. He takes their video and they go back in the locker room in the clubhouse, analyze their swing same day. Even a few minutes later, I was next to Kotke today in batting practice, and right as soon as they finished up, a couple guys came up to him. They hadn't even taken their batting gloves off yet, and they were saying, hey, can we get the footage? Can we go back in there and look at it, take it in slow motion, use the stylus pen, work on some things? He said, yeah, the guys love it, and he's very glad with how much they've taken to it, and it's worked for a lot of guys. The bats have slowly but surely and noticeably started to come around since he's gotten that iPad. 11 runs on Thursday in the win. Boy, Schellenbarger staying alive in this at-bat. Appreciate you letting me talk about Kotke and his iPad. And I brought that up because Schellenbarger is one of the names he mentioned who has been really paying attention to the video that Ryan takes. High and in. Finally, not a foul ball. And there's Ryan Kotke, co-manager with John Dombrowski. But yeah, he said some guys will sit down with him. He's a former player, former catcher, a good hitter in his day. We'll sit down with him, and he'll break down the swing with them. Ledbetter, whoa, he thought he had strike 3. He was halfway finished with his strikeout trot. Instead, it's ball 3 and a full count. Bukaki says some guys will sit down with him, other guys will do it themselves. Payoff pitch. Schellenbarger pops it up left side. This is danger territory, kind of in no man's land, but it's foul. 4th foul ball this at bat for Bryant. He'll see double-digit pitches. Number 10 is what we wait on. Three-two to the leadoff man for the Hoppers here in the 3rd. Looking for some offense. That skips in the dirt, and it's ball 4. Ledbetter likely not happy with that. He thought he had strike 3 a few pitches ago. That's his first walk of the day. Bring up Hughes. Hughes, a 193 average, playing in his 20th game of the season this evening. Inside. He's one of those guys that they have been very patient with. Younger guy, only 22 years old. Just turned 22 this summer, back in July. And they think he has a lot of potential. Been here since the start of the year. He's made a lot of defensive improvements and changes at the catcher spot with Diesel, John Dombrowski. Came in as a guy who stood in the traditional catcher's position, 2 feet crouch. This one's out into right. Dwayne will make the grab. But he was a 2-foot crouch guy, as you saw many catchers for many years do. But since he's been here and has worked with Diesel, more and more often will go down to one knee. Try to steal that low strike. He's gotten more comfortable with it, throwing runners out from it. He's shown some good stuff at the plate, too. A little bit of pop here and there. The swing and miss has been an issue for Witt, and that's something they'll work on in the offseason next year. Fedko, second baseman today, takes strike 1. Schellenbarger over at first. He reached on a long at bat. 10 pitches, but by a walk. That's Emmett holding him on. Only 1 stolen base in 1 attempt this year for Bryant. He takes a big secondary lead, and it's a quick one, too. And your peripheral might even look like he's going on the pitch. Unlikely, though. Slider curls back inside as Fedko was inching out of the way. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Christian, a Yukon product. Grew up in Pennsylvania. Knew the Beavers outfielder Chris Davis, who's also a Connecticut native, before coming to the USPBL. That's how he heard about the league and came here. He's only played in 9 games so far. Does have a home run. That was in one of his first few games. Besides that, 3 for 21. Schellenbarger was going on the pitch. It's ball 4. Back-to-back full count walks for Ledbetter. Excuse me, not back-to-back, but 2 in the last 3. So the lineup will flip over to Pup. He'll bat for the second time this evening. Grounded out the first time. In that first inning, Ledbetter went 1-2-3. Ground out, strikeout swinging, strikeout looking. Hasn't struck anybody out in 6 batters since and has walked 2. Clips the corner outside, 0-1. Pup doesn't like the call. Both sides of the plate have been pretty generous through the first couple innings. The corners are a pitch that the pitchers are getting. Saw Parker get called on it a couple times. Skips in, all the way back up to the screen. Time is called, but each runner will move up an extra spot. A little something brewing here for the Hoppers in the third. I think because of how that outside pitch has been called already today, that's part of the reason Ledbetter was so surprised that he didn't get the strike 3 call on the lefty Schellenbarger to start this inning. Ball and a strike now to Pup. Outside, boy. That's simply not in the strike zone, but it's 1-2. I mean, that pitch was crossing the inside chalk line of the left-handed batter's box when it came across the plate. That one even further outside. Ledbetter won't get it this time, so 2-2 the count. 2 on, only 1 down. Both in scoring position. Corners are in. Middle infielders at double play depth. Outfield shades Pup to go the opposite way, only a couple steps from Thomas out in center. Check swing. Did not go, no appeal either. Three-two. Way high, and that's ball 4. Third walk this inning. Third on a full count for Ledbetter. And that juices the bases. So Justin Karn, assistant manager. The Mammoths will come out for a mound visit with Ledbetter, Loda, and the shortstop Bagneski. Pretty good guy at the dish if you're a Hoppers fan in Blake Porter. 0 for 1 with a strikeout already, but .257 average, 16 RBIs. He's even shown power. 4 home runs this season. Dave Page on YouTube says, while obviously not the primary uniform, these pink jerseys are kind of sweet. Whoever designed them did a great job. We've had some really nice jerseys this year, alternate ones that is, that our marketing team has designed. The Mammoths have their frequent alternate, the Flintstone jerseys, the orange and blue. Porter takes strike 1. This is the first and only alternate the Hoppers have had this year. Unicorns had the Star Wars themed ones. Beavers have their red alternates that are nice. Out there to center. This should score 1. No man's land. It'll drop. Nobody called it. Everybody's hustling. Schellenbarger scores standing up. It's 2-1 on the miscommunication from the Mammoths defensively. There were 5 Mammoth defenders in the area. The 3 that had a chance at it were Thomas, Bagneski, and Brown, center fielder, shortstop, and second baseman. Nobody called it. everybody's safe and a run scores. No error, didn't touch anybody's glove, so a single and an RBI for Mr. Porter. And that hits Rivera. Another run comes across. A little bit of some unraveling for Ledbetter here in the third. He's already walked 3 batters, hit another, and we've got a tie game. Bases still loaded with only 1 out. Tie game now, Marcoux. Oh no. This is really not good for Ledbetter. He's going to step off the mound. It's now taken 3 pitches for the Hoppers to take the lead. The single from Porter that nobody called out there in the outfield that dropped. And then the next 2 pitches, plunking Rivera and Marcoux. So Schellenbarger, Fedko, and Pup have all plated this inning. And it looks like there is movement for the Mammoths in the bullpen. Burke out to left field. That's pretty high and deep for Caruso, but playable. He'll grab it in front of the warning track. Porter races home, and it's easy 4-2 Hoppers. Sac fly for Joe Burke out to left field. 4th run this inning, only 1 hit, and it was one that should have been caught. That pop up to center from Porter. The only base hit here in the 3rd. 9th batter comes to the plate in Kreitzer. Rivera moving on the pitch. Loda looks Marcoux back to first, but gives Rivera 3rd on defensive indifference. Oh, and 2 now on Kreitzer. The last 3 at-bats all ended on the first pitch for Ledbetter. Hit by pitch, and a sac fly. 4 runs here in the 3rd. Kreitzer pops this one up left side. Bagneski and Caruso. Bagneski grabs it. Hoppers get 4 in the 3rd off of just 1 hit. They take the lead. It's 4-2 as we head to the 4th.
There are things you can rely on in this world, like your dog being happy to see you, coffee getting you through the day, and the government changing business regulations. And when it comes to navigating those regulations, you can rely on Tryon and its team of attorneys. Tryon can also tackle time-consuming HR tasks like payroll and employee benefits, so you can stay focused on growing your business. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Great seats at a great price. Get them safer, simpler, and smarter with Ticket Smarter. A proud partner to the biggest names in live sports and events, including ESPN events and iHeartRadio. Ticket Smarter has seats for over 125,000 live events and 48 million tickets for sale. All backed with the Ticket Smarter 100% ticket guarantee. Thinking about your next great live event? Think smarter. Think Ticket Smarter. Get your tickets your way, guaranteed, at ticketsmarter.com.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Oh, quite a different mindset on the mound now for Harry Orth. Previously was working down by 2 runs and now up by 2. Hoppers get 4 in the third. That's where we leave the score right now, 4-2. Five, 6, and 7 hitters, Emmett, Leaf, and Bagneski here in the top of the 4th for the Mammoths. Emmett was hit by a pitch his first time up, but got stranded at second. That was in the 7-batter first inning. A lot of young fans here tonight. Had plenty last night, too, for one of the few remaining Friday fireworks spectaculars here at the USPBL. Only 2 left. We got one next week, one the following week after the first playoff game, which could very likely be these 2 teams. Hoppers sit in 3rd place currently, the Mammoths in 4th. Hoppers are 2 games ahead of the Mammoths right now, with an outside chance to make 2nd place. They need to do a lot of good and need the Beavers, who are ahead of them by 3.5 games, to do a lot of bad. Chevy Pavilion, always a good spot to catch a game. Nice night tonight. Beautiful Saturday evening so far. Light breeze, high 70s on the ground of Fedco.
Next up, the designated hitter number 16,
Slightly cloudy, but primarily blue skies. Great day for a doubleheader. 4th inning on the USPBL Network is brought to you by Jarbcom Audio and Video Solutions. Leaf had a 2-run single in the first inning. He's responsible for the only runs so far for the Mammoths. That came with the bases loaded. It was a 2-out rally for the Mammoths in that inning. First 2 guys got out on ground outs. Then a walk, single, hit by pitch, walk, or excuse me, single. Scored 2. We talked about Dwayne earlier in the game and the swing and miss struggles, but the silver lining and positive side to that, the untapped potential and ability to reel that in. Leaf, similar. Strikes out 37% of the time. That's one of the highest in the league. But essentially, if Brian Leaf's bat touches the ball and it's in play, it's going to be a hard hit ball. So good at squaring up and smoking the baseball. It's just kind of been an all or nothing story for Brian this year. 4 home runs, 11 RBIs, 412 slugging are the power numbers. See him looking at the barrel there. You can just see it on that black barrel. There's a lot of stains in the sweet spot. 2-2. That That one's barreled out to right center in the gap. Trouble. Schellenbarger makes it over there pretty swiftly for the second out. Two up, two down. So we mentioned the game-worn jerseys by the Hoppers. They're available via auction, benefiting the Shades of Pink Foundation. There's the link, 32auctions.com/pinkout. You can get some of the jerseys you see on your screen right now. Bidding only available till next Sunday at noon. That's Sunday, September 4th. Mammoths had a pretty cool alternate jersey early in the year. I mean, early. That was in the second overall game of the season. They wore Top Gun Maverick-inspired uniforms. Army green, camo, with the Top Gun logo, but it said Mammoths. We saw the comment from Dave Page on YouTube earlier about how good those Hoppers jerseys look as you see the birthday boy Rivera. Wow, Bagneski out to right. Looked pretty deep off the bat, but easy in the heart of right field for Schellenbarger. He gets back-to-back flyouts to go right to him, and it's a 1-2-3 inning for Harry Orth.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms, and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
Hoppers with a lead batting here in the fourth. They're up 4-2, a little over halfway through this game. 2 runs on 2 hits for the Mammoths. 2 hits for both sides, but the Hoppers have 4. Last inning, 9 batters. They batted around. Started with a Schellenbarger walk. He'll lead off again in the fourth. He would score. Fedko also walked and scored. Pup walked and scored. 3 walks, all on full counts for Ledbetter in that last inning. But he does come out for the fourth. First pitch fouled back. Then it was a bloop single for for Porter. One that dropped in between 3 Mammoths defenders, scored a run. Back-to-back hit by pitches to Rivera and Marcoux scored a run with the bases loaded, and then Burke had a sac fly. Kreitzer finally popped out to end the inning. Puts us where we are now. Out of play. Smoked on the right side, but foul. Boy, that one took a hop off the awning over there in right field. That might have jumped off to the road. Flight scope didn't pick up the exit velocity on that one. Probably pretty hard. Popped him up. This time it's in play for Bagneski. He'll call everyone off. Connor's been busy there defensively. A couple pop-outs. A ground out has gone his way. He's a guy that if you look at the batting numbers, certainly not the best, but he's been really good defensively all season long for the Mammoths. That's kept him in the lineup. Playing a newer position at shortstop as well. He's been in the outfield a couple times, in the infield as well. Just recently started playing short and has looked pretty good. There's the Oakland University softball team. They were recognized earlier in today's game. Horizon League champions this past year. Congrats to them. Don't tell our in-game host, Kara Wolfbauer, though. She plays in the Horizon League at Detroit Mercy, as we mentioned on the pregame show. Oakland not too far from here. Utica, that is, in Auburn Hills. Just northwest of Utica. Hughes 0 for 1 today, flew out last inning. Swing and a miss. Down on the slider he goes. First strikeout for Ledbetter since the first inning. Third in total. Fedko, hard hit out into left field. That's in the gap. It drops just near the base of the wall. A little hop over for an automatic double on the first pitch. Keeps the inning alive with 2 down. Goes back to the top of the order and Alex Pupp. You see the pennants out there in left. Steady breeze, but not too strong. Probably not having too much of an effect on the baseballs today. Pupp 0 for 1 plus a walk. Walked and scored last inning. Didn't offer at the slider. Week 0 in college football started today. CFB is back. Locally in the Big Ten, Nebraska and Northwestern took to the field in Dublin, Ireland, that is, today. Northwestern winning that one 31-28. Only other game that's gone final was between Western Kentucky and Austin Peay. Western Kentucky wins that one 38-27. The Illini in the Big Ten, they're up on the Cowboys of Wyoming, 24-6 through 3 quarters right now. 2-0 on Pupp, finds the outside, 2-1. UConn and Utah State. Utah State's up 24-14 there. Not any really big games today. Perhaps the biggest one was that Northwestern-Nebraska one. 2 Power 5 teams in the same conference going against each other, but just good to have college football back. This one's going to drop in front of Caruso in left field. It gets by him, too. Fedko was racing around. He'll score. Pupp into second. The tag, no. Back-to-back doubles for the Hoppers. Plates another. They've extended their lead to 3 runs. Second bloop base hit that has dropped for the Hoppers in as many innings. The guy digging in, Porter, had one. That brings Jelly out, and I think this might do it for Ledbetter. His day is done. We'll step aside for a pitching change here on the USPBL Network.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
One thing that makes Detroit Mercy unique and different from other universities is that the faculty truly care about you and they're always there to help. Whether it's asking questions after class or going into the office hours, they're always there to lend a hand and really make you feel at home.
People are here to work together, and whether like you have a question or you're discussing topics within the class, you can go up to your professor and they know your name. They're just willing to help you become a better overall student.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
So Colin Ledbetter only gets through 3 2/3 innings here in game number 1 of our straight doubleheader. Dawson Lane will take over for him. Dawson, a newcomer, got here earlier in August, only 4 appearances. 2 of them starts, has already gotten up to 15 innings. Inherits a bit of a 2-out jam, runner in scoring position, Pup. He's got speed over there at second as well. And an RBI single and a run scored for Porter last inning. He takes strike 1. 6 earned runs already for Lane. 7 walks to 15 Ks. 2-seam fastball, splitter, curve, and slider. Swing and a miss at the fastball, 91. That's the best fastball he's thrown right out of the gate. Previous max velocity was 90. Lane comes from West Florida. Played some college ball with Hoppers reliever Mike DeSanti. Porter smacks that one out to right. Home run distance, but foul. That's over near the Wiffle Ball Stadium. We mentioned the college football season getting underway, starting today. Comment who you're rooting for this year, who your playoff prediction is. Loda back pick to second. Pup was caught off guard. Our fielding umpire did a nice job to get out of the way. Now Pup back to third. Easy tag and out. Good awareness by Sam Loda on the back pick down to second. Ends the inning there. That ends the threat as well. It's 5-2, though, Hoppers, as they get one more.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Great seats at a great price. Get them safer, simpler, and smarter with Ticket Smarter. A proud partner to the biggest names in live sports and events, including ESPN events and iHeartRadio. Ticket Smarter has seats for over 125,000 live events and 48 million tickets for sale. All backed with the Ticket Smarter 100% ticket guarantee. Thinking about your next great live event? Think smarter. Think Ticket Smarter. Get your tickets your way, guaranteed at Ticketsmarter.com.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
Top of the fifth. Harry Orth, the starter, still out there for the Hoppers. He'll face Loda, Dwayne, and Thomas, 8-9-1 hitters, with a 3-run lead. We were talking about college football before the break. Any of you local listeners, maybe Michigan or Michigan State fans, hopefully Michigan State. Not sure anybody watched College Game Day today. Desmond Howard, Michigan man, had a pretty interesting playoff prediction, as we asked for yours in the comments. 1 up and 1 down as Loda grounds out to second. Desmond said Texas A&M, Pittsburgh, Baylor, and Michigan would be the playoff teams in college football this year. Speaking of Michigan, they have announced their starting quarterbacks. It's been a QB battle in the offseason for them. Cade McNamara, the starting quarterback of the Big Ten champions last season, will start against Colorado State. And then the young, hot newcomer, J.J. McCarthy, who's a young phenom that many Michigan fans like, will start against Hawaii. Pretty interesting stuff down there in Ann Arbor. Dwayne back up the middle, a high chop Fedco on the backhand, but it won't get there. And Buddy reaches safely with a 1-out single. It's the first hit for the Mammoths since the first inning. Random Unbreakable says Michigan State is my team. Dave Page also says Michigan State. Go green, fellas. Very excited for this Michigan State football season. Had the pleasure of being there last year on the field for that game against the Wolverines. One of my favorite college memories so far. Was working as a cameraman for the video board show at Spartan Stadium. Down on the sidelines, handheld camera. That was a fun one. Hopefully this year can be equally as fun. The game is at the Big House in Ann Arbor. 0-1 to Thomas on the ground again. 0-2. Orth right now, 58 pitches through 4 2/3. Action in the Hoppers bullpen. Probably expect Harry to only go 5. Swing and a miss. Thomas down on strikes. Sorry, now it's 4 2/3. Looked at the wrong 2 on the scoreboard. Brings up Caruso. He's 0 for 2. Ground out, fly out today. He's probably just happy to be back in the lineup. Played with the Unicorns last night in their first place clinching win for Matt Parkinson, who was out for personal reasons. They needed a catcher. Caruso caught well in that game, according to some of the Unicorns. Wasn't able to pick up a base hit, but did reach twice, once on a fielder's choice, once on a walk. That was an offensively abundant win last night for the Unicorns. They only had 2 innings in which less than 5 batters came to the plate, and in each of those innings, it was 4. 8-0 your final in that one yesterday. Up the middle, backhand grab by Harry Orth. What a play. Pitchers are athletes. 2 records possibly his last out here through 5 complete. The Hoppers lead at 5-2. Nice play from Orth.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
At Fifth Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a Fifth Third better, which means we put 166.7% into everything we do.
I think you can only give 110%.
Well, with free checking, fraud protection services, and an automatic savings tool to help you quickly reach your goals, 166.7% is possible.
Oh, wait till my 8th graders hear about this. They're gonna be like, it's not possible. Well, yes it is.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
So it'll be Blake Porter still up to bat after he was facing a 1-2 count when Alex Pupp, who was over at second, got caught in between by Sam Loda. That last putout went 2-6-5 as Pupp found himself in a rundown after that. So now Porter steps in here, 1-0, make it 1-1. In the bottom of the 5th, 2 runs on 3 hits for the Mammoths, 5 on 4 hits for the Hoppers. No errors on either side. Lane on the mound there, came on to relieve Ledbetter last inning. Pounded foul by Porter, 2-2. Again for Dawson, it's a 2-seam fastball, splitter, curveball, and slider. Right now with the lead, last chance for the Hoppers to pad it here in the bottom of the 5th. Just 6 innings in both of these games. Porter down on swings. Strike 3 for the first out. First K for Lane. Rivera was hit by a pitch his last time up. Struck out once before that. Interesting thing we're seeing here in game one, or perhaps not seeing, is the lack of a shift. Taylor Jellikowski and the Mammoths in the later half of this season have really significantly shifted against lefties. Rivera barely gets out of the way of that one. 2 balls, 1 strike. They've put the second baseman in shallow right and then brought the shortstop all the way to the right side of second base, but everybody's straight up right now. Can't remember a shift earlier against any lefties, and there's a lot in the Hoppers lineup. 3 in a row between Porter, Rivera, and Marcoux, and then Kreitzer and Schellenbarger in the 6 and 7 hole are also lefties. Yachty ahead in the count here, 3-1. Has the green light, but it's out to left for Caruso. 2 up, 2 down. Marcoux 1 for 1. Hit by pitch last time with the bases loaded. Singled in the second inning. But then was promptly doubled off on a line out from Kreitzer. And 2 on the foul tip. All week long, we've been checking in on the Little League World Series since I've been up in the booth. Myself a few times, the 0-2. Check swing, got him, strike 3. Catch you up on the Little League World Series on the other side of the break. Marcoux down on strikes. 1, 2, 3 inning for that guy, Dawson Lane. Last chance for the Mammoths. They trail by 3 in the top of the 6th after this.
Why are all these business owners smiling? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with one of the nation's top professional employer organizations provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and Tryon's team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
One thing that makes Detroit Mercy unique and different from other universities is that the faculty truly care about you and they're always there to help. Whether it's asking questions after class or going into the office hours, they're always there to lend a hand and really make you feel at home.
People are here to work together, and whether you have a question or you're discussing topics within the class, you can go up to your professor and they know your name. They're just willing to help you become a better overall student.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Harry Orth struggled through the first inning and was really good after that. In that first inning, 2 runs on 2 hits. A walk and a hit batter gave the Mammoths an early 2-0 lead. Since then, no runs on just 1 hit for Orth. He gets relieved after 5 for that guy, Carson Ferry, back for the first time in a long time after a groin injury. Last time Ferry pitched was all the way back on July 30th. And when it's time for baseball, as it is right now, it's time for beer. Bell's Two-Hearted Ale has been named the #1 beer for 4 years in a row by the American Home Brewers Association. Play ball with the best. Two Hearted Ale, the iconic American IPA from Bell's Brewery in Comstock, Michigan. Please drink responsibly. So it'll be Brown, Parker, and Emmett that Ferry will face. We mentioned the last time he threw, July 30th. Dealt with a groin injury for almost an entire month. At one point was one of the best starting pitchers in the league. Has had some ups and downs, not just with the injuries, but with the performance on the mound as well. Threw a couple bullpens this past week, looked really good. Velocity was up there. It's four-seam curveball changeup and every so often a slider for Carson. One foul back, 1-1. There's a good fastball, 91 from Ferry. Average is about there. It's gotten as high as 94. Curveball was his put-away pitch for a long time. That's one of the pitches that he struggled with when he was healthy. The timing of it. It was just hard for him to get down. In total, it's 30 innings so far for Carson. 6.23 ERA. That's elevated with just a few bad outings. 27 walks and 40 strikeouts. The 1-2 to Brown. Out there, center field, pretty well struck. Porter ranging over. Nice play. On the run, he makes a grab for the first out. That's a hard fly out from Brown to start the last chance sixth, but it's one out. And looking at 40 strikeouts for Ferry, that's nearly top 10 in the league, and that goes to show you just how good he has been to be almost top 10 among around 35 pitchers in this league after missing almost a month of what would have been starts, longer innings. 5 or 6 Carson used to go. Really impressive. The walks crept up towards the end of his play right before he got injured. And this late in the season, coming back from injury, there's no expectation or plan that Carson will start again. Only a couple games left. They're going to keep using him as a reliever, test him, see how he feels. Certainly get a status update after tonight's appearance. Ahead 0-2 here. Ball one. Parker tonight, 1 for 2, single and a strikeout. That's high with the curveball. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Some fans enjoying the lawn just short of the Chevy Pavilion over there in left. Look out over there with this guy up. Swing and a miss, though. Ferry blew it by him at 91. It's been steady 91 for Carson with the fastball. He's gone 2 up and 2 down, including a K in his first time back since July. Orth's final line read 5 innings, 2 runs on 3 hits, 4 strikeouts as well, only 2 walks. That'll bring up Emmett, hit by pitch and a ground out here in game 1. Hughes does a nice job blocking that fastball. Ferry's one of those guys that you couldn't help but feel like if he had a full season this year, he would have been no doubt on the short list for pitcher of the year. He's dealt with something that Kara mentioned pregame, the presence on the mound, the confidence, ability to use his stuff consistently on the mental side of things. This one's chopped to short. That should do it. Over to Burke. And in game one, Carson Ferry gets a save in his first time back. Hoppers win this one 5-2. They move a step closer to the possibility of second place as we near the playoffs here at the end of August in the USPBL. It was a big third inning for the Hoppers that did it. 4 runs on just one hit, a Blake Porter bloop single out into center. Can't help but wonder how this game would have gone had the 3 Mammoths defenders that were there, one of them made the catch. But instead, 3 walks, 2 hit batters, and a single for Colin Ledbetter in that inning led to 4 runs. The Hoppers got 1 more in the 4th, and that's all they needed. They win this one 5-2 on 80s night and Breast Cancer Awareness Night. Pink out the park. Kara Wolfbauer with her pink outfit is waiting down there for Harry Orth, our player of the game here in game 1. Let's send it down there now to Kara.
All right, thanks, Johnny. All right, Jimmy John's Field, I am here with our Lombardo Homes player of the game, the starting pitcher for the Hoppers today, Harry Orth. So, yes, give him a big round of applause. Here we go. So, this was a really important game for you guys to try and still sneak into that number 2 seed, okay? So, tell me about giving up 2 runs right away in the first inning. How do you, oh my gosh. All right, that just woke me up. I'm ready to go. All right, so you guys gave up 2 runs. So tell me what was working for you on the mound today, what wasn't working, and how did you make that adjustment after the first inning?
I was just struggling a little bit in the first inning and just had to relock it in and refocus and just started working again, so we're good.
So I know you throw a 4-seam fastball, a splitter, a curveball, and then once in a while you kind of visit that cutter and that slider. So tell me which one of those pitches were working the best for you?
I was just attacking them with the fastball and they were missing barrels, so that's all I needed.
And I know sometimes coming off of 2 runs right away in the first, it can be hard to maintain the confidence, keep that mound presence. So tell me what you do to stay in tune and stay ready to go.
You just got to flush it. You just got to lock in, relock in, forget it happened, and just keep playing.
And let's relock in for the second game now, right? All right, thank you so much, Harry. It was great talking to you. You had a fantastic game. And Jimmy John's Field, stay tuned for game number 2. I'll see you soon.
Boy, the Hoppers are becoming fans of the Gatorade shower. It started with Lawler last week after he had a walk-off base hit. That's when you get the Gatorade shower typically. But, hey, you get player of the game, you're going to get soaked, I guess. Here's a look at the updated standings with the win. The Hoppers moved to 18-22. Mammoths 10 games below 500 at 15-25. The Beavers, that 21-19, looking ever so close right now. Hoppers looking to pick up another win in game 2, about a half hour away. Stick around, don't go anywhere. We've got that for you right here on the USPBL Network.
Eastside, we're the Diamond Hoppers, ain't too many of the teams can defeat us. You on the sideline, warming up the benches. Need a lesson, I can show you, I can teach ya. You see a Diamond Hopper fan, point 'em out, ayy. 5 ball, catch a frog, walk it out, ayy. Every time we score, I'm throwing up my diamond. Both hands in the air, same time, and let's rock. Diamond Hoppers, Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, we the Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, Eastside Diamond Hoppers. Diamond Hoppers, we the Eastside Diamond Hoppers.
hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How are they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Why are all these business owners smiling? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with one of the nation's top professional employer organizations provides access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans and Tryon's team of attorneys and HR experts. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal-getter or dream chaser, an empty nester or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
We build roads, bridges, wind farms, and pipelines, schools to skyscrapers. Our members create monuments. We operate. We're the operators and mechanics behind the advanced heavy machines that move Michigan forward. We maintain boilers and HVAC. Our members run the complex heating and cooling systems that we all depend on. Our training is second to none, and safety is our priority. We are Operating Engineers 324, and we keep Michigan running.
Jimmy John's Field is the perfect venue for birthday parties, summer picnics, company outings, and provides the best entertainment in Metro Detroit with great baseball all summer long. Spend your summer nights under the lights at Jimmy John's Field in historic downtown Utica.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Hi everyone, I hope you're enjoying your time here at Jimmy John's Field for some exciting baseball. But I want to personally invite you to explore, experience, and enjoy even more of what Macomb County has to offer. From shopping local to running or biking on our trails, feasting with family and friends at our restaurants and wineries, there are even opportunities to canoe, kayak, or even relax on our waterways. There is something here in Macomb for everyone. To find your something, visit MakeMacombYourHome.com.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
You dreamed of starting a company, not an HR department, but your business has grown fast, and so have the complexities of payroll and taxes, benefits administration, and other HR functions. That's why your business needs a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions. Tryon provides businesses of all sizes access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
One thing that makes Detroit Mercy unique and different from other universities is that the faculty truly care about you and they're always there to help. Whether it's asking questions after class or going into the office hours, they're always there to lend a hand and really make you feel at home.
People are here to work together, and whether you have a question or you're discussing topics within the class, you can go up to your professor and they know your name. They're just willing to help you become a better overall student.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Great seats at a great price. Get them safer, simpler, and smarter with Ticket Smarter. A proud partner to the biggest names in live sports and events, including ESPN events and iHeartRadio. TicketSmarter has seats for over 125,000 live events and 48 million tickets for sale. All backed with the TicketSmarter 100% ticket guarantee. Thinking about your next great live event? Think smarter. Think TicketSmarter. Get your tickets your way, guaranteed, at TicketSmarter.com.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
At Fifth Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a Fifth Third better, which means we put 166.7% into everything we do.
I think you can only give 110%.
Well, with free checking, fraud protection services, and an automatic savings tool to help you quickly reach your goals, 166.7% is possible.
Oh, wait till my 8th graders hear about this. They're gonna be like, it's not possible. Well, yes it is.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward, not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Why are all these business owners smiling? Because they rely on Tryon to handle difficult and time-consuming HR tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and more. Working with one of the nation's top professional employer organizations provides access to top-tier health care and employee benefit plans and Trion's team of attorneys and HR experts. With Trion, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTrion.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
Jimmy John's Field is the perfect venue for birthday parties, summer picnics, company outings, and provides the best entertainment in Metro Detroit with great baseball all summer long. Spend your summer nights under the lights at Jimmy John's Field in historic downtown Utica.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Make your move with a quick and easy mortgage from Genesis Credit Union. We have mortgages to fit your life. Genesis Credit Union. Visit us today.
One thing that makes Detroit Mercy unique and different from other universities is that the faculty truly care about you and they're always there to help. Whether it's asking questions after class or going into the office hours, they're always there to lend a hand and really make you feel at home.
People are here to work together, and whether you have a question or you're discussing topics within the class, you can go up to your professor and they know your name. They're just willing to help you become a better overall student.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Hi everyone, I hope you're enjoying your time here at Jimmy John's Field for some exciting baseball. But I want to personally invite you to explore, experience, and enjoy even more of what Macomb County has to offer. From shopping local to running or biking on our trails, feasting with family and friends at our restaurants and wineries, there are even opportunities to canoe, kayak, or even relax on our waterways. There is something here in Macomb for everyone. To find your something, visit MakeMacombYourHome.com.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders.
Whether you're a goal getter or dream chaser, an empty nester or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
What makes Detroit Mercy so unique is the fact that it's in the middle of Detroit, and especially with their service learning programs, you really get a chance to be a part of the community.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Great seats at a great price. Get them safer, simpler, and smarter with Ticket Smarter. A proud partner to the biggest names in live sports and events, including ESPN events and iHeartRadio. Ticket Smarter has seats for over 125,000 live events and 48 million tickets for sale. All backed with the Ticket Smarter 100% ticket guarantee. Thinking about your next great live event? Think smarter. Think Ticket Smarter. Get your tickets your way, guaranteed, at ticketsmarter.com.
Stroke, heart attack, chest pain, injury. ERs at Ascension Michigan Hospitals are ready 24/7, delivering the right care at the right time. As a chair of emergency medicine at an Ascension Michigan hospital, I understand the importance of timely ER care. What's different? Experienced care teams and board-certified doctors who take the time to listen. You are connected to on-site lab and imaging, pharmacy, and leading-edge care with specialists in cardiovascular services, neuroscience, orthopedics, and more. Choose ERs at Ascension Michigan Hospitals.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA Councils.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born is a diver's watch. The challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
There's nothing better than a ball game at Jimmy John's Field and a cold beer from Midland Brewing Company. Hi, I'm Kyle, the head brewer at Midland Brewing Company, here to wish you a stellar time making memories at Jimmy John's Field. And we hope that you're living it up with a Copper Harbor Ale in your cup. You can find more of our selections here at the ballpark and around town at your favorite bottle shops too. We hope you have a ball at the game, and remember, enjoy responsibly. Let's play ball.
As a chair of emergency medicine at an Ascension Michigan hospital, I understand the importance of timely ER care. Stroke, heart attack, chest pain, injury. ERs at Ascension Michigan hospitals are ready 24/7 with all the care you need. What makes ERs at Ascension Michigan hospitals different? Your experience from door to doctor and beyond. The right combination of compassion and expertise, the right care at the right time, from experienced care teams and board-certified doctors who listen. You and your loved ones are connected to on-site lab and imaging, pharmacy and follow-up care with specialists in cardiovascular services, neuroscience, orthopedics, and more. We connect all the dots for your care so you can focus on healing and getting back to your life. Choose ERs at Ascension Michigan Hospitals.
Don't delay care for heart attack, stroke, and other emergency symptoms. Get the care you need at the closest Ascension Michigan ER near you. Visit ascension.org/micare.
Welcome back to the ballpark in between games 1 and 2 of our straight doubleheader here on another Saturday night at the USPBL. It's the Mammoths and the Hoppers. Hoppers win game 1 5-2. They fell behind early 2-0 after the first inning, but scored 4 runs in the third and another one in the fourth to win that one 5-2. With that, let's take a look at the standings and where they sit right now in regards to the Beavers. You see them 18-22. Beavers 21-19. So that puts the Hoppers at 3 games behind the Beavers. Unicorns have locked up first place. Mammoths 10 games now below 500, likely in fourth. The good news is for the Mammoths, they can get a game back the rest of the season against the Hoppers, because that's the only team that those two teams are going to face. They're going to be very friendly and acquainted with each other as the season winds down. That's all they're facing this week. The Beavers trying to pick up a few wins against the Unicorns at the end of the year so they can stave off the Hoppers and at least get a single game bye into the semifinals of the playoffs. So let's take a look at the lineups here for game 2, see if the Hoppers can pick up another win and get a little bit closer, if the Mammoths can try to keep it tight down there at 3-4. We'll take a look at the Mammoths, the visiting team tonight first. They'll lead it off with Tanner Thomas again out there in center field, followed by Caruso. Was in left in game 1. He'll be over at first here in game 2. Elijah Brown moves over to the other middle infield spot, but still bats third. He'll play short. Houston Parker stays at third base and batting fourth. Connor Emmett goes from first base out to right field. He'll bat fifth. Greg Vaughn Jr. sat game 1. He'll get the start in game 2 out in left. Sam Loda, the catcher, will bat 7th. Wade Weinberger Jr., the designated hitter in game 2. He sat in game 1. He'll bat 8th. And Mitch Morales got a rest in game 1. He'll start in game 2. At second base, Jack Parisi gets the bump to start game 2 for the Mammoths. Now for the Hoppers on the other side, Alex Pupp again leading it off. He switches over from shortstop to second base, though. Joe Burke was the first baseman, now the designated hitter. Yadi Rivera, the birthday boy, still over at third and batting third. Noah Marcoux is out in left defensively, but he'll still clean up. Nick Kreitzer was the DH. He gets first base in the second game, batting fifth. Bryant Schellenbarger will bat sixth and be out in right. Scott Combs rested in game 1 for Whit Hughes. He gets the start in game 2 and will bat 7th. Sean Lawler out in center, batting 8th. And Christian Perez, who sat in game 1, starts game 2 at shortstop and rounds out the 9. Derek Eddington will start on the mound for the Hoppers. Let's take a look at the pitching comparison brought to you by Ascension between Eddington and Parisi. Eddington has been here all season long, so has a couple more innings. Up to 52 1/3 for Derek to this point. Jack with just 9 so far. Above 2 ERA, well, I guess a 2 for Parisi, 2.75 for Eddington. We're still kind of learning what Parisi has in store. 7 strikeouts to 5 walks, 5 hits given up. Decent numbers right now for Jack, but a very small sample size. We know what Eddington has. He's been one of the best pitchers in the leagues. One of the best strikeout to walk ratios, 65 Ks, 12 base on balls this season. He's been lights out lately. 4-seam fastball, curveball, splitter. Really mixes the fastball with the curveball well. The occasional splitter. This is what the the Hoppers did in their last doubleheader. That was 2 weeks ago against the Beavers. Orth started game 1. Eddington started game 2. Each of them went 5 scoreless innings. Orth with 8 strikeouts and no walks. Eddington with 9 strikeouts and 2 walks. So they talked to Ryan Kotke this week, trying to game plan early in the week who was going to pitch when. Andrew Verbrugge went on Thursday for the Hoppers. And so he said, you guys are going to go for the doubleheader, Orth and Eddington. You can flip a coin as to who gets what game. I don't care. And Eddington said, well, it worked really well for us in last week's doubleheader. Might as well do it again. And that's what they're doing tonight. So far, the plan has gone accordingly. A win in Game 1, 5-2. First pitch here in Game 2 at 7:40 to Thomas. Ball 1. There's ball 2 outside. Thomas, Caruso, Brown. Tanner 0 for 3 with a strikeout in the first game. Now 2-2 on back-to-back foul balls from Tanner Thomas. Eddington third in the league with nearly 6 strikeouts for every 1 walk that he has. His walk rate of 2.1 per 9 innings is in the top 5. Payoff pitch on the ground to Kreitzer over there at first. He'll underhand flip to Eddington, who beats Thomas in a race to the bag for the first out. With that, let's take a look at the defense behind Eddington here in the second game. Marcoux in left, Sean Lawler in center, and Schellenbarger over there in right. Rivera and Kreitzer on the corners. Perez and Pup up the middle. Pup slides over to second base, and Combs is behind the plate. Caruso swings and misses at the first pitch. 89 on the fastball from Derek. Lazy swing there from Nick, 0-2. Back-to-back fastballs. That one with a little bit more heat. 91. Sits around 90 for Eddington. It's gotten as high as 93. Main strikeout pitch is the curveball, 11 in 35 at-bats. His most total strikeouts come with the fastball, 44. Out there to center field. Lawler going back. That's pretty deep onto the warning track. He'll make the grab just a couple steps in front of the wall. Caruso's hit the ball hard 3 times today. One time was a nice sliding catch by Porter in Game 1 in center. And if you'll remember, the final out of Game 2 on the backhand grab up the middle from Harry Orth. There's another one. Warning track pop, but Lawler's there. Brown reached 2 out of 3 times in Game 1, both of them on walks. Scored one of their only 2 runs as well. Nice pitch from Eddington there for strike 1. That's the curveball. Excuse me, strike 2 that was. Brown waits on the 0-2. Inside, squirts away from Combs. This is also what we saw as far as the pitcher-catcher combination in the last doubleheader for the Beavers. Witt Hughes caught for Orth in Game 1, and then Scott Combs for Eddington in Game 2. Fastball popped up and out of play. Eddington's last time out was a start against the Unicorns a little over a week ago. 5 innings there, 8 strikeouts. Did give up 3 earned runs. Only 3 walks as well. Had perhaps his best start earlier this month, back on August 2nd. 10 strikeouts. 1 run on just 4 hits, only 2 walks. Brown checked his swing. He's worked it back to a full count here. Was behind 0-2 very early. He's had 2 two-strike foul balls. He'll see at least 8 this at-bat. Really good at that. Usually averages 5 pitches in every at-bat does Brown. Hits that one hard to deep center, but Lawler is there again. A couple of deep flyouts to Lawler in the 8-hole, but it's a 1-2-3 inning for Eddington and the Hoppers. Nothing doing for the Mammoths in the first.
Jimmy John's Field is the perfect venue for birthday parties, summer picnics, company outings, and provides the best entertainment in Metro Detroit with great baseball all summer long. Spend your summer nights under the lights at Jimmy John's Field in historic downtown Utica. First chance for us to see Jack Parisi here on a Saturday doubleheader. He gets the start in the second game for the Mammoths. He'll go against Pup, Burke, and Rivera to start things off. For Jack, only 2 appearances, like we mentioned, so far this season. Got here just a couple weeks ago from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Spent 4 seasons at Division II Spalding. And moved up to Division I at Indiana State for his final college season. This last year, he was 12th overall in strikeout rate in the NCAA. 11.5 strikeouts per 9 for Jack. Spent a little bit of this summer with Grand Junction in the Pioneer League. Had 8 games there, 30 innings total. Only 1 start. He's already started a game here at the USPBL. This will be his second.
First pitch fouled off the mask of Loda for strike one. Pup was 1 for 2 in game one. Had an RBI double. Also walked and scored. He was one of those names that Ryan Kotke mentioned has really taken to the iPad. The video footage that they take of swings and batting practice. Pup usually does it on his own, not so much working with Kotke, but using the tools that Ryan gives him and getting better from it. Was 4 for 5 on Thursday's game. Parisi, the rockabye slide step. Just outside, good frame from Loda, but it's 1-2. For Jack, it's a sinker, slider, changeup, plus a cut fastball and a slurve. He uses them all a fair amount. Sinker the lead pitch. That sinking two-seam fastball averages around 88 miles an hour. Has touched 91. Saw 90 on that last one. Off speed, and Pup was a little late on it. Parisi has that unorthodox kind of delivery. There's a couple rocks, 4, 5, 6, and then throws. Oh, right on the hip for Pup. Leadoff base runner for the Hoppers on a hit by pitch after a long at bat. Interesting thing about Parisi, too, he has that really low leg kick. It's not even really a leg kick. It's almost a lean back and a straight leg forward. See a lot of guys with unusual deliveries with a higher leg kick. And he'll pitch out of the stretch with a runner on with some speed. There's the leg kick, the high that time. Burke out there to left center. That's pretty deep. Going back. Gone! Joe Burke! A 2-run blast, his 7th of the year. We talked about it earlier. He's back on the board. You see the smile on his face there. That'll make him happy. Got one to go again. He's had so many go to left center and either be not quite deep enough or be robbed by Drew Galassi of the Unicorns, but he gets this one just below the scoreboard. An early 2-0 lead for the Hoppers. See Ferry with a little bit of a water shower there, too. Well-deserved, Joe. He hit one well to left field. That was a sac fly in the first game. Rivera on the first pitch to Caruso, keeping himself at first base. And that's our first deep fly of the entire day. All 7 runs in the first game were either on base hits or hit a couple of hit-by pitches with the bases loaded. Marcoux takes a slider back door for strike one. Noah 1 for 2. He was one of those guys that was hit by the pitch with the bases loaded in the first game. Back-to-back unassisted groundouts to Caruso there at first. After the 2-run blast from Burke, it's 2 up and 2 down for Nick Kreitzer. Now that's really interesting because Parisi, when pitching from the windup and the kind of slide step, had a low leg kick the first time. Then Pup got on base and he had to go from the stretch. And we didn't see a rock. We just saw him pitch from the stretch, high leg kick and deliver. Now we see the rock. And then there's the high leg kick. Maybe I have to pay attention to that later and see what pitches are as a result. 1-2. Checked it. Ooh, Kreitzer really almost went. Oh, he says he did. Wow. And Nick is heated. Kind of got to agree with him. First base umpire calling the swing on a lefty, but down on strikes goes Kreitzer to end the inning. Joe Burke's blast gives the Hoppers a 2-run lead. We'll head to the second.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
Bit of a longer inning in the first inning for Eddington. He did get a 1-2-3 inning, but a full count, 8 pitches to Elijah Brown, 2 strikes, 4 pitches to Caruso, another full count to Thomas. That was a 6-pitch at bat, but it was ground out, fly out, fly out. A couple of deep ones to center. Caruso's was pretty hard hit. So 4, 5, 6, Parker, Emmett, and Vaughn Jr. in the second. Eddington, expect more aggression out of him working with a 2-run lead. He's a guy who likes to attack with the fastball a lot and then play the curveball and splitter off of that. First pitch fastball in for a strike. Did hear from his throwing partner, Harry Orth. Those guys have become pretty good friends over the past couple months this summer being together. They throw on their off days together, throw bullpens together. And here on the doubleheader, the combination of starters. But Orth told me last week that we might see a slider from Eddington. Said he's been working on it. And this is in front of Derek, and Derek was being pretty humble about it, saying it's unlikely that we see it, and I think that's probably true. It takes a decent amount of practice and crafting of a new pitch for any pitcher, especially a starter, to be confident enough to go out there and use it in a game. You know, one mistake, one bad pitch could change the score with one swing. 1-2 checked foul by Parker. But Orth was saying, you know, pretty good slider. It was hard, 84, 85, moved well. Eddington says we're only going to see it 0-2 or maybe 1-2 against a righty. I guess here's a pretty good chance. Looks like fastball, though. That was the curve. A lot of fans have stuck around for the second game. A lot of young ones. Glad to see it. Start him young, taking the game. Down on strikes is Parker. That's Eddington's first strikeout today. Now Connor Emmett will dig in. He played at first base in the first game. Now out there in the 9-hole in right field. 0 for 2 hit by pitch in game 1 was Connor. Riding fastball high and away. I promised a Little League World Series check-in earlier. I didn't get to follow through before game 1 ended. But both championships took place today. For those that aren't familiar with the format of the Little League World Series, the international bracket plays, and then the United States bracket plays, and the winner of each bracket plays each other for the World Championship. The Final Four were Chinese Taipei and Curacao in the international side, and then it was Tennessee and Hawaii on the United States side. Both the islands won. Curacao and Hawaii will face each other tomorrow at 3 o'clock on ABC for the Little League World Series Championship. Emmett walks on 4 pitches. And if you were tuned in last time I talked about the Little League World Series, I mentioned Davy J. Rika, a player for Curacao, one of the best players on their team. Probably the best pitcher we've seen in the Little League World Series this year. He's got a fastball that can get up to 78 miles an hour. And I talked about how he went over his pitch count and isn't going to be able to throw due to the rules that they have regarding pitch counts tomorrow in the championship. But I was raving about how good he was as a pitcher. And I was watching, I caught a little bit of the Chinese Taipei and Curacao game today that was determining the winner of the International Little League World Series. It was a 1-0 game in the top of the 6th, the last chance for Chinese Taipei. Rika, obviously not being able to pitch, was out in center field. It looked like Curacao was going to win the game, even though it was a slim 1-run lead. Chinese Taipei not known for their hitting or their power. But, sure enough, deep fly ball out to center field. Rika had to go back, slowly, very steadily backpedaled, calm as ever, back against the wall, reached up, caught the ball, saved a home run, and eventually Curacao would win that game 1-0 and be crowned International Little League World Series champions. If you haven't heard the name, haven't seen, try to watch tomorrow. If not, look him up. Davy J. Rika. R-I-K-E. Pretty good kid. Back-to-back walks for Eddington. Losing a little bit of command here in the second. Started with a strikeout. 4-pitch walk to Emmett. Now a 5-pitch walk to Vaughn. No surprise with Vaughn. He walks a ton. Sees more pitches per at-bat than any hitter in the league. Brings up the catcher, Loda. There's Orth looking on after winning game 1. High and inside, fastball. He's attacking with the fastball like we expected, but not locating it right now. And despite how good Derek has been all year in limiting the walks, we talked earlier, top 5 strikeout to walk ratio. Top 10 walk rate in the league. He does tend to do this where they compound on top of each other, and one walk leads to 2 or 3. But it's usually for 1 inning. 1 bad inning here or there. The rest are good. High and in. 3-1. And it's not uncommon to see things kind of unravel like that with base runners as a pitcher. You got more things to worry about. Have to work quicker. You're more distracted. not getting the outside corner, opposite of game 1. And the third walk in a row loads the bases. Kotke's going to come out and talk it over. Combs in there as well. No movement in the bullpen. Certainly no need to panic here early. Pitch count climbing a little bit in the second now, 37 for Eddington. Kotke departs. Wade Weinberger, the DH, is getting ready to step in on that left side. Wade didn't play in game 1. This season, 10 RBIs, does have 1 jack. High fly ball to center. This should score 1. Lawler's out there. Ready to tag is Emmett. The throw goes to third. Emmett will score easily. Mammoths have cut the deficit in half. They get their first run here in the second on the sac fly from Weinberger. Both other runners stayed. Vaughn faked like he might go to third and didn't. It's Loda over there at first. Brings up the second baseman, Morales. Another guy who hasn't been here very long. 13 games. .195 average in the first 13 for Mitch. Boy, the home plate umpire took a while to call that one. I thought he called it a ball at first. I was going to be flabbergasted. Instead, it's strike 1. Curveball. Strike 2. Man. He's taking his time back there. Out there to right field, racing over is Schellenbarger. He won't get there. That drops and gets by. Vaughn will score. Loda was being waved. Now he'll get the stop sign to 2-out double and an RBI to tie the game for Mitch Morales. Just a soft little flare. And was in the perfect spot down the line for Schellenbarger to not get there. Second and third for the top of the order. Those walks coming back to hurt Eddington a little bit. You see Donovan Thacker getting loose. First pitch to Thomas, high and outside. Tanner's already grounded out once here in game 2. 0 for 4 in total today. Ooh, curveball hung up a little bit. Thomas thought about it instead. Watched it go for strike 1. Man. Thomas has got some pop. We've seen him smoke 3 home runs this year. That one's inside. I think it hit him. Did that hit him before it hit the dirt, though? It'll be bases loaded either way. I think that one might have hit the dirt first. That brings up Caruso. It's a couple cheers from some Mammoths fans up here behind home plate. 0 for 4 in total is Caruso. Has had a couple ones robbed. We mentioned earlier Porter made a sliding catch to steal a base hit from Caruso in the first game. Orth with a behind his back grab on a sharp little ground ball up the middle to end game 2. Hit one deep out to center. His first at bat in this game. That's a high pop-up right side. Kreitzer racing over. He won't have room. One ball, 2 strikes. Kreitzer, the 8th batter to come to the plate in this inning. 2 runs have already come across. Curveball smacked fair down the third base line. Loda's in. Morale is being waved around. Digging it out of the corner is Marcoux. Here comes Thomas. No throw. It's a bases clearing double for Caruso. He's been smoking the ball all day. He finally got one past the defense. And it gives the Mammoths their first lead here in the second game. Look at that hat. Green and white. We talked about college football earlier. I hope that's not blue and gold behind him. Brown out to deep center. Right to Lawler. Pretty hard hit, but finally Eddington gets out of it. Not before 5 come across for the Mammoths. They have overtaken the Hoppers. They're batting in the bottom of the second, but now down by 3.
I'm all in with HR and Organizational Development Council.
I'm all in with Marketing and Business Development Council.
I'm all in with Operations and Member Experience Council.
I'm all in with CEO Council.
I'm all in with Lending Council.
I'm all in with CFO Council.
I'm all in with Technology Council.
Our credit union is all in with CUNA councils.
They call me Prospects. Since the day I was born as a diver's watch, the challengers of the world have taught me many things. Life is not a numbers game. It's about challenging ourselves. No matter what happens, just follow your heart. These pioneers drive our generation forward. Not by setting records, but by never giving up. Keep going forward. Prospects.
Available at Lucido Fine Jewelry.
Throughout your life, from big moments to ones well-earned, we're your financial guardian angel. Alliance Catholic Credit Union.
Tears for Fears during the break. Everybody wants to rule the world. Mammoths ruling this world right now 5-2 after their 5-run top half of the second. See what the Hoppers can do in response here in the home half. Schellenbarger, Combs, and Lawler. First pitch, Schellenbarger ropes it out to right. That's going to bounce that to the warning track. Emmett's back there, picks it up at the base. Shelley's in there safely at second. One pitch and a double for Bryant Schellenbarger. Roped off the bat at 94 miles an hour. Combs has a man in scoring position as he'll step into the batter's box for the first time today. Scott sat in game 1. It was Hughes who was the starter behind the dish for the Hoppers. The way their bats were in just those 2 innings in the first game and how they start the second here. Looks like we might have some offense here in game number 2. Inside, strike. Swing and a miss. Parisi broke him down with the slider. Seen that pitch a fair amount already tonight. Hasn't relied a ton on the fastball. A little hard to depict between the slider and the slurve, which are already 2 similar pitches anyway, so we'll just call it a slider. Right back to Parisi. He stumbles, fires from his bottom, and makes the out. Little slippery down there. He'll get up all fine. Put out still goes 1-3. Schellenbarger was able to get over to third. One out now for Lawler. Trish Verbrugge on Facebook says, way to go, Hoppers. Christine Height says, let's go, Hoppers. Still haven't seen any comments about favorite 80s bands. Looking to start a discussion. There's some good ones. Talked about Journey in the pregame show. Tears for Fears during the break. There's another one I heard earlier. I can't remember. Haven't heard any Queen yet tonight. No balls and 2 strikes on Lawler. Way outside. Nice job by Loda to save a run. Back up the middle, base hit. Lawler plates Schellenbarger, and the Hoppers respond with a quick run after giving up 5. It's now 5-3. Sean Lawler has really been impressive in the month of August. Was just not a bad bat, but just a quieter one this entire season. He's been here since the beginning. Was in and out of the lineup, kind of a bench bat some days. Other days he'd get a start. Had a walk-off hit with the bases loaded against the Unicorns a couple weeks ago. He's now got the average up to above 250. And with that base hit, it's unlikely that a guy in the 8-hole gets more than 3 at-bats in our 6-inning doubleheader. That 253 average is probably going up already. Perez right back to the plate, foul. Lawler has just stuck with it. Good energy guy, good leader for the Hoppers. Perez will step out. Christian Perez gets the start at shortstop today. Second time this season that's happened. He was a shortstop with the Mammoths before being traded over to the Hoppers. And then when he got here, the Hoppers already had their shortstop in Alex Pubb, but shortstop, second baseman, middle infielder is pretty interchangeable. But he's the guy they want back next year. They think this guy could be really good. Outside. That might have been the cutter from Parisi. Hard hit up the middle, takes a high bounce. Brown will try to get over to second. He does! What a play! Elijah Brown, unassisted, 6-3 double play to get a twin killing and a big one. Looked like the Hoppers might be in store for a couple more runs. They do get one. 5-3 after 2.
There are things you can rely on in this world, like your dog being happy to see you, coffee getting you through the day, and the government changing business regulations. And when it comes to navigating those regulations, you can rely on Tryon and its team of attorneys. Tryon can also tackle time-consuming HR tasks like payroll and employee benefits, so you can stay focused on growing your business. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
We're the financial champion of Michiganders. Whether you're a goal-getter or dream chaser, an empty nester, or up-and-comer, anyone in Michigan can bank with us. Michigan Schools and Government Credit Union.
What makes Detroit Mercy so unique is the fact that it's in the middle of Detroit, and especially with their service learning programs, you really get a chance to be a part of the community.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
We joined Green Path and instantly felt a support around us.
They developed a plan on paper, and this is how we're going to do it.
The plan that they gave me was something that was sustainable. It was something I could do. It was actually lowering my payments monthly by hundreds of dollars.
Choosing Green Path is a no-brainer.
Eddington goes back out there trying to recover from a 5-run 5th inning for the Mammoths. They bat around, so it'll be Parker, Emmett, and Vaughn to lead it off again. Last inning started well. Strikeout to this man, Parker. But then 3 straight walks. Sac fly single, hit by pitch double. Plates 5 for the Westside Woolly Mammoths. They lead it. 5 runs on just 2 hits. One and 2 on the high fastball. High fly ball to right field. Schellenbarger is there to make the grab. Emmett was the first of 3 walks in a row last inning. His was on 4 pitches. Connor 0 for 2 and hit by a pitch in the first inning. Batting from the left side, pretty similar for Eddington, righty-lefty matchup. Slightly better against right-handers. Overall, opponents 220 average against Derek. Again, the key for him, limit base runners. Things tend to unravel when guys get on base for Derek. Swing and a miss. Back-to-back fastballs pumped by. Both of them at 88, so it's 2-2 on Connor. Third inning brought to you by Dunham's. We thank you for joining us on the US PBL Network. Jeremy's back tomorrow. I, unfortunately, am not. Tipped into the glove for strike 3 for Connor Emmett. Better time around in this inning for Eddington. Pop out and a strikeout, his second K of the game. Yeah, I hate to make you all sad, but I have to leave classes for Michigan State starting this week. Got a couple of sporting events going on up there, and then classes. First day is Wednesday. Comment on your favorite subject in school, since apparently the whole 80s band thing isn't working. Underhand flip from Eddington. 3 up and 3 down. Nice response after a long second inning. Keeps the score locked where we are. And that is your 5th third out of the game, brought to you by Fifth Third Bank. It's 5-3, no pun intended. Mammoths lead it.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Slide into a new home. Work with a local mortgage pro who works for you. Get a cheaper, faster, easier home loan. Find a mortgage broker near you today at findamortgagebroker.com.
You hear about the promo that Jimmy's John's got going on? 5 off 20? How they pulling it off? Magic? You got David's Copperfields in there? Show yourself, Copperfields!
Jimmy John's. $5 off orders of 20 or more.
We talked about it. We got some Queen. Another one bites the dust over the break. One of my personal favorites. It's 5-3 Mammoths in the home half of the third. For the Hoppers, it'll be Pup, Burke, and Rivera. Burke highlighted the first inning with a deep 2-run blast to left center after Pup reached on a hit by pitch. They'll try to replicate that and tie this game here in the third. A little flare to center. Morales gets a nice beat on it, and that's 1 up and 1 down. Well, if you like the jerseys you see tonight, the Hoppers Pink Out the Park Breast Cancer Awareness jerseys, you can get a game-worn jersey in our online auction, benefiting the Shades of Pink Foundation. Go to 32auctions.com/pinkout to place your bid. The bidding closes next Sunday at noon Eastern on September 4th. Strike one. Morales off a hop. 2 up, 2 down. Mitch a little busy there at second base in this inning. Yachty's still looking for his first hit here on his 23rd birthday. Guy who's been one of the best discipline guys in the league this year. Top 5 in almost all the strike categories that matter for a hitter. As far as swinging strike, first pitch, strikeout percent. And again, top 5 is a good thing, meaning the lowest numbers for some of those. Takes a big swing and a miss there. And the change up, 0-2. Couple rocks from Parisi trying to get out of the inning. Swing and a miss, he does so. Rivera down on 3 pitches. 3 batters, 3 outs for Parisi, and it's a 2-run lead.
One thing that makes Detroit Mercy unique and different from other universities is that the faculty truly care about you and they're always there to help. Whether it's asking questions after class or going into the office hours, they're always there to lend a hand and really make you feel at home.
People are here to work together, and whether like you have a question or you're discussing topics within the class, you can go up to your professor and they know your name. They're just willing to help you become a better overall student.
Detroit Mercy. Build a boundless future.
Fourth inning here. Eddington out to face Loda, Weinberger, and Morales. Got a much-needed 1-2-3 last time. Recorded his second strikeout in the sandwich of the 1-2-3 inning. But 3 walks in the second did enough damage. The Mammoths lead at 5-3 right now. Loda was one of those walks. He also scored on the bases clearing double from Caruso. Inside fastball, ball 1. Loda was off to a really hot start in his first few professional games. This is only his 10th. Pops that up to the right side. Schellenbarger and Pup converging. It'll be Shelley. With that, Loda's 0 for 1 tonight. He went 0 for 2 in game 1. Which makes him 9 for 27. That's still around 300 professional start for him. Does have a home run and 7 RBIs. Not to mention everything that he's done at the catching position defensively for the Mammoths. Has already caught a couple runners. We saw the back pick to second base to get Pup in game 1. He had another back pick in, I believe, his first or second game with the USPBL against the Beavers to record an out. Quickly becoming one of the better catchers in this league. 0-2 on the DH Weinberger. Sac fly, first time for him. About 20 minutes past sunset here in Utica. The lights are on. It's that deep blue sky right now. Hasn't been really any wind of note today. It's dead right now. We've only seen one long ball. That came from Burke in the first inning of this game. 2-run shot. Outside, Weinberger takes 2-2. There's the center field flag. Boy, stiff as a statue. Weinberger calls time. Full count. Dodgers fan. 3-2. Swing and a miss. Third strikeout for Eddington. He was ahead 0-2, and Weinberger worked it back to a full count. Last thing Eddington wants to do is walk another guy, and this is what we talked about. Mentioned it in that troublesome second inning in which the Mammoths batted around. The issues can compound for Derek. One walk led to 3 in a row, and then a couple hits after that. Totaled 5 runs, but it's something we've seen before, but he usually recovers nicely. He's done so already. Now stretching back to the second inning. Has retired 6 in a row, including 2 Ks. Curveball to Perez. Over to Kreitzer. And again, 3 up and 3 down for Eddington. He's now retired 7 in a row. His team still trails by 2. It's 5-3. Let's go down to Kara.
Thanks, Johnny. So fans, as you know, it is 80s night tonight. So my friend Beth here, we're going to put her to the test, okay? She's a little nervous, but she's going to do great. All right, so if you get 1 right, you're going to get a high five from me. That's the best prize, okay? If you get 2 right, you're going to get a softie ball. And if you get 3 right, you're going to get a T-shirt, okay? All right. Okay, number 1. What video game was the most popular in the 1980s? A, Pong, B, Mario Bros, or C, Sonic?
B.
Mario Bros is correct. Okay, that's 1. That's a high five. Yes. I'll give you a high five if you get the other ones right, too. Don't worry. Okay, number 2. What is the name of the van that Scooby-Doo and his friends travel in? A, the Mystery Machine, B, the Boogie Bus, or C, Scooby's mobile home?
A, the Mystery Machine.
Yes, that's correct. That's 2. Woo! Another high five. And a softie ball. All right, one more. Which 1982 album was one of the best-selling albums of all time? A, Master of Puppets by Metallica, B, 1999 by Prince, or C, Thriller by Michael Jackson?
Thriller by Michael Jackson.
Yes, that's correct. That's all 3. You're going to get a T-shirt today and one more high five. All right. Thanks, Beth, for playing. Thanks so much. I'll see you guys at the end of the game.
As your neighbor who works at Ascension, Michigan, and a cardiologist who's practiced for more than 20 years, I'm going to keep asking, how are you feeling today? Your care can't wait. Getting care sooner can mean catching things before they get worse. At Ascension, Michigan, our ERs and our hospitals and other sites of care are maintaining strict precautions for your safety. Studies have shown that people will get care sooner if they're encouraged by their doctors, family, and friends. Get the care you need at getascensionmichigancare.com.
First pitch to Marcoux, off speed in for strike 1. It'll be Marcoux, Kreitzer, and Schellenbarger here in the 4th. High foul ball left side. No chance for Parker to get there. Parisi has retired 5 in a row. Check that, 6. There was a double from Schellenbarger in the second. 1-2-3 after that, and then 1-2-3 last inning. Cutter in the dirt. 1-2. Marcoux grounded out his first time up. He went 1 for 2 with an RBI in game 1 on the ground foul. Marcoux's been a really impressive bat the last 30 days or so for the Hoppers. A couple home runs. On-base percentage has shot up significantly, hits the ball very hard, ropes this one out into right. That's a base hit. He's moved up in the order. For a while was in and out of the lineup in place of some other guys, was just adjusting to pro ball. Coming from Davenport in the GLIAC for 5 seasons there. But now he's hitting above 300, 20 RBIs. Walks a fair amount as well. Here's a guy who walks a ton. This one's on the ground, though. In play, Parisi stumbles again. This time doesn't fall and is still able to record the out. Runner advances to second. Schellenbarger's already doubled and scored today. Now he's got a guy in scoring position. Oh, checked his swing. Did that hit him? It did. It's just strike 1. They say he went around. Probably the right call, too, from our center field camera. Saw a lot of the bat from Schellenbarger. John Dombrowski wants an explanation. I think he thought Shelley did not go. Another one close inside, 1-1. Outside edge for a strike, 1 ball and 2 strikes on Schellenbarger. And time is called. Marcoux reached on a single to right. Advanced to second on the ground out from Kreitzer. 1 on, 1 out. Down on strikes. Second K for Parisi. Big cut for Combs, strike 1. We talked about Sam Loda earlier and how good he's been both sides of the dish since joining the USPBL. Combs, similar story. This is his 9th game, 8 for 24. He's thrown out a couple runners. Watches that one outside. Former Michigan State and Northern Illinois product. In total, a 268 average in college. Couple extra base hits for Combs, some doubles. Only had 1 home run in college, looking for that first pro one still. Smacks that one foul. He is a tall drink of water behind the plate. 6'4", 200 pounds. Stan Scott. Out to right, foul. Parisi's been mixing his pitches well tonight. We haven't seen one really dominant pitch, and that's kind of how his usage is anyways. 3 pitches above double digits. There's a fastball inside. Brown fields it on a hop, throws over. Parker nearly got in the way, but that's the 3rd out. Hoppers get a base hit, but nothing doing after that. It's still 5-3.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Great seats at a great price? Get them safer, simpler, and smarter with Ticket Smarter. A proud partner to the biggest names in live sports and events, including ESPN events and iHeartRadio. Ticket Smarter has seats for over 125,000 live events and 48 million tickets for sale. All backed with the Ticket Smarter 100% ticket guarantee. Thinking about your next great live event? Think smarter. Think Ticket Smarter. Get your tickets your way, guaranteed at Ticketsmarter.com.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business.
we're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities. Where good neighbors do great things. Member FDIC and Equal Housing Lender.
Top of the order for the Mammoths, Thomas, Caruso, and Brown. Looks like Donovan Thacker for the Hoppers now, so Eddington's day is done. Thacker is usually number 44. Sometimes the numbers don't quite work out with the alternate jerseys. It's because they usually need to be pre-made and ordered. Thacker wasn't on the Hoppers likely when they were first ordering and making these jerseys. He was a Mammoth for a while, pitching against his former team. Suffered an injury early in the year, missed a significant amount of time. That was an oblique injury in one of his starts with the Mammoths. Came back and pitched a few outings in the blue and gray before being traded over to the Hoppers. The 3-1 hit on the ground. Pup fields it into his gut and throws over to first.
Next up, the first baseman, number 13, Nick Caruso.
Caruso with the one big hit today for the Mammoths. Bases clearing 3-run double back in the second. That's the difference right now. He's hit the ball very hard today. Got unlucky in his first few at-bats. There's another hard hit to third. Rivera bobbled it for a second, but gathers and throws.
Next up, the shortstop, number
5-3, the put out for the second out, brings up Elijah Brown. Two innings left in tonight's contest. 5 runs on just 2 hits so far for the Mammoths. 3 runs on 4 hits for the Hoppers. The only hits for the Mammoths coming in that 5-run second inning. For Donovan, it's a 4-seam fastball, slider, changeup, and curveball. He's pitched in 17 outings this year, totaling over 24 innings. Command has been a bit of an issue for Donovan. Just one more strikeout than walk with 14. For the second time this inning, 3-1. And there it is, a walk to Brown. Puts the fastest guy in the league on base with 2 outs. Third time today, spanning the 2 games, that Brown has reached. Little pickoff move. Brown's safe. You have to change things up with him on the base paths, and for the most part, it still doesn't even make a difference. But got to try to keep him honest. It's the one thing Brown does a good job of is he mixes up his leads, his dances, and when he goes as well. He has enough speed to basically just go on the first pitch. Doesn't always. It's usually still early in the at-bat, though. Outside 2-0. Anything that gets past a catcher, he'll certainly be on the move for. Popped up left side. Long run for Marcoux, but he's able to get there in time. That's the third one. Walk for Brown, but nothing for the Mammoths. We're still at 5-3. It's been that way since the second. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Jimmy John's Field is the perfect venue for birthday parties, summer picnics, company outings, and provides the best entertainment in Metro Detroit with great baseball all summer long. Spend your summer nights under the lights at Jimmy John's Field in historic downtown Utica.
Dunham Sports is a proud partner of the USPBL. Big names, low prices, delivering value since 1937.
At Fifth Third Bank, we're working hard to make banking a Fifth Third better, which means we put 166.7% into everything we do.
I think you can only give 110%.
Well, with free checking, fraud protection services, and an automatic savings tool to help you quickly reach your goals, 166.7% is possible.
Oh, wait till my 8th graders hear about this. They're gonna be like, it's not possible. Well, yes it is.
This is banking, a Fifth Third better.
Eddington for the Hoppers is done. He started this game 2 of our doubleheader, but Parisi, starter for the Mammoths, out there for the 5th inning. 8-9-1 hitters Lawler, Perez, and Pup. Fly ball to left. That'll hook foul towards the Hoppers' bullpen. Missed, took a bounce, hopped back in. It's Drummond getting loose. Lawler had an RBI single his first time up. Inside. Lawler took a close one. It's 2-2. Parisi working on 51 pitches right now. Full count. Towards the left field, Vaughn has to backpedal a few steps. Perez will dig in, grounded into a double play in his first and only at bat so far today. Swings at the first one. Been a heavy dose of sliders for Parisi. We talked about him mixing his pitches well. Fouled back. He throws the fastball. A sinker, that is. Around 50% of the time. The slider, 21, but the changeup, cutter, and slurve all around 10, which is a little bit more than most of the other pitchers who have 5 pitches. Parisi essentially with 4, though. The slider and the slurve are close enough. The slurve is a little bit harder on average, but it's negligible. 0-2, strike 3. Frozen with the fastball. 91, one of the better ones we've seen from Jack tonight. That's his third strikeout. First backwards K. 2 up and 2 down as the lineup will flip over to Alex Pup. Some young fans still here enjoying our 12-inning doubleheader. It's one of the bigger crowds we've had for a second game on a Saturday. It's been a beautiful weather day, some good baseball. No reason to leave. Out there to left field, that's going to drop just in front of the warning track. Pup with speed, he'll go to second. Vaughn gets it in, and it's a stand-up double. Sure looks like the iPad for Ryan Cockey is working out for Alex Pup. Starting to see the ball better and hit it better. Mentioned he was 4 for 5 in his last game. Was 1 for 2 in game 1. 1 for 2 in 3 appearances here in game 2. Burke pops it up right side. Sliding over there is Caruso. Gets the grab. 5-3 Mammoths. We go to the top of the 6th, their last chance to add on, get some insurance to this 2-run lead.
Companies are competing for talent like never before. With the complexities of handling tasks like payroll, benefits administration, and other HR functions, it's easy to see how a professional employer organization like Tryon Solutions makes all the difference. Tryon empowers businesses of all sizes to attract and retain talent by offering access to top-tier healthcare and employee benefit plans. With Tryon, you don't have to grow it alone. Visit RelyOnTryon.com.
You can always rely on Tryon.
Great seats at a great price. Get them safer, simpler, and smarter with Ticket Smarter. A proud partner to the biggest names in live sports and events, including ESPN events and iHeartRadio. Ticket Smarter has seats for over 125,000 live events and 48 million tickets for sale. All backed with the Ticket Smarter 100% ticket guarantee. Thinking about your next great live event? Think smarter. Think Ticket Smarter. Get your tickets your way, guaranteed at Ticketsmarter.com.
First State Bank is a locally owned and operated business. We're part of your community. At fsbcares.com, you'll find ways that we're making a difference by featuring locally owned and operated businesses, providing access to helpful financial resources, and engaging with community. fsbcares.com is part of our commitment to the neighborhood because strong neighbors mean stronger communities.
Where good neighbors do great things.
Member FDIC, an equal housing lender.
Donovan Thacker goes one scoreless inning of relief. It'll be Drummond to close things out for the Hoppers. Try to keep this game right where it is as they trail by 2 runs in the top of our final 6th inning. Game 1 was a 5-2 Hoppers win, inching half a game closer to that coveted second place and single game bye in the playoffs. The Beavers hold that spot right now. One and one on Emmett. 2 and 4 seam fastball, curveball, and split change for Drummond. Rarely see the split change. Fouled back. He's been significantly better with the fastballs as far as how opponents are hitting them. Both fastballs have an opponent batting average below 200. The curveball is at 370, 10 hits and 27 at-bats. Also 10 strikeouts. But fastball heavy for Luke. There's the curve outside. Popped up to the right side. Pup goes back a few. In no man's land, he'll make the grab. Seen a couple of unorthodox deliveries today. We have seen all night here in Game 2 the rockabye slide step from Parisi. Drummond has that strange kind of sidearm-ish 3/4 delivery. Curveball, strike 1. It's not quite sweeping outside. It's not submarine, but it's a little off to the left of home plate. Kind of has that slingshot catapult type arm action. Oh for 1 plus a walk and a run is Greg tonight. Vaughn walks all the time. 20 this year. And a good spot to work another right here. 3-1. And that's strike 2 as Vaughn kind of jackknifed out of the way. Thought he had his second walk of the game. A batting average of 186 for Greg, on base at 380. Wow. That must have missed low. Loda also 0 for 1 plus a walk and a run scored. His and Vaughn's coming in the same inning with Emmett in the second. Check swing strike anyways. Late on that one, 1-2. 89 on the fastball from Drummond. Mike McDonald on YouTube says, yeah, the Spartans should dress in pink uniforms sometime this October. I wouldn't mind that. 2 outs as Loda swings and misses on the third strike. Yeah, most college football alternates tend to stay with the same colors. It's more of a basketball thing, and obviously baseball, to change the alternates to a color that suits the theme, whether it's 4th of July, Christmas, breast cancer awareness. Some pink and white Spartan uniforms wouldn't be too bad though, huh? Drummond works first base side, checks the runner, checks again, fires, popped up. Should do it in this inning for the Mammoths. Perez gloves it. That one held for a long time. Hopper's going to try to take or win this game. In the bottom of the 6th, they trail by 2.
Every summer, my family loves to have a neighborhood movie night in our backyard. And with my Chevy Blazer, I can head out and get everything we need for a great night. It has plenty of room for picking up friends, and the available hands-free liftgate is perfect for loading unhandy supplies. You know, it may be movie night, but my Blazer is the main attraction wherever I go.
Lease a 2022 Blazer 2LT for just $239 a month for 24 months. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City.
Check your checking. If your account doesn't get you pumped, amped, or geeked, make the switch to Genius Checking from Genesis Credit Union. It's just genius.
Christian Dearman will come on and try to get his first save of the 2022 U.S. PBL season. He relieves Jack Parisi, who had a pretty good day. 5 innings complete. 2 runs on 5 hits, but no walks for Parisi. Did tally a trio of strikeouts as well. One of them was this guy, Rivera, who's stepping in, and Dearman always fun in games and smiles. Another guy with a sidearm-ish delivery for Dearman. 4-seam, slider, splitter. Mainly 4-seam and slider. Mid-80s the velocity with the fastball. That one at 88. Skips in, 2-1. Neither team has scored a run since the second inning. The Hoppers led it 2-0 after the first. Promptly gave up 5 more in the top of the second. They would get one back, and it's been 5-3 ever since. Hoppers out hitting the Mammoths in this game. They've got 5 right now. The Mammoths with just 2. Haven't had an error all day, 3-1. Rivera was taking all the way. It's strike 2. And that's strike 3. Rivera knew it right away. Got frozen on the fastball. Second time today he has K'd. Mentioned the Hoppers out hitting the Mammoths here in game number 2. The difference, 3 walks in a row that loaded the bases from Derek Eddington back in the second inning. Check swing from Marcoux, and he went. After that, a sac fly, a single, and a double. Brought around 5. Marcoux with a single already in this game, 1 for 2. Right back to Dearman at the mound. He makes a nice glove. He'll go all the way himself like a running back as college football season has started for the second out. Again, one more time, if you like the Hoppers breast cancer awareness jerseys, you can get one. The game-worn jerseys, the actual ones you're seeing, are being sold at auction at 32auctions.com/pinkout. The bidding closes next Sunday at noon. Kreitzer first pitch fouled back. Again, that's 32auctions.com/pinkout. I think Kreitzer caught a piece, but it's strike 2 no matter what. Now the Hoppers down to their last strike. Infield shifted a little bit to the right side. Brown is about 3 or 4 steps just left of the second base bag. Morale is deep in the hole at second. To Brown's right. Fires on the run across his body. Skip by Caruso. That does it. The Mammoths live off a 5-run second inning and a Karate Kid celebration from Dearman as yet again another doubleheader. So many this season. You can count on one hand the number of doubleheader sweeps we've had. We get another split today. It's 5-2 Hoppers in game 1, 5-3 Mammoths here in game 2. Hoppers, all in all, 18 and now 23 on the season. The Mammoths still sitting 9 games below 500, 16-25. As they battle it out. Likely for home field advantage when these two teams face each other again in the playoffs. First game Friday, September 9th. It's a 7 p.m. game here on the U.S. PBL Network. Now, Kara Wolfbauer is standing with our player of the game, Nick Caruso, who had a 3-run double back in the second inning on the Detroit Mercy postgame show. Looks like Nick has a little friend. Let's check it out. Throw it down to Kara, who's by home plate.
All right, thanks, Johnny. Jimmy John's Field, I am here with our Lombardo Homes player of the game, Nick Caruso. And we have a little special guest tonight. We have his little cousin, Lydia. And he actually happened to sign her leg a couple innings ago. We just knew he was going to be the player of the game today. So you had a massive 3-run double earlier in the game, leading the Mammoths to the win. So tell me, is there a specific pitch you were looking for? What were you thinking as you were heading up to bat?
I mean, it was a tough at bat. I got to 2 strikes, and I mean, that's probably my best approach. I just took away my stride, looked for something to hit, and hit it hard. And I happened to find a hole, and all 3 guys could get home. So, I mean, whatever it takes to get the win, and we did it. So.
It might be Lydia, too. She's good luck, right? Yeah, for sure. So I know you're coming off a very serious injury recently. So tell me what the adjustment has been coming back like.
I mean, just it was all mental. It was a very tough month away, and just getting back, I've been happy to be back. I'm blessed to be back. And as soon as I got back, I just tried to do exactly what I was doing before and just hit the ball hard. And it's happened to work out. So.
Lydia's trying to interview right now. Well, I know you also were playing for the Unicorns yesterday, but we're really glad to have you back with the Mammoths today. And you had a fantastic game, and congratulations. And you too, Lydia. Thanks for coming out here tonight. All right, that's our Lombardo Homes player of the game. Thank you so much, Jimmy John's Field, for coming out tonight. We have games tomorrow. We'll see you soon. So if you're on the broadcast or you're here in the stands, thanks so much for checking out Jimmy John's Field. All right, let's go back to you, Johnny.
Thank you, Kara. Another good game of baseball here on the doubleheader between the Mammoths and the Hoppers. It's a split. Hoppers win game 1, 5-2. Mammoths win game 2, 5-3, and that's where our standings look right now. 18-23 for the Hoppers, 16-25 for the Mammoths. It's going to be more of a struggle now for the Hoppers to get into second place. They need a lot to go their way, but certainly never want to count anything out. Tomorrow, it's those Unicorns and those Beavers facing off in a Sunday afternoon matchup at 1 o'clock. Jeremy Otto will be here on the U.S. PBL Network. For our director, PJ Gradowski, for Kara Wolfbauer, and everybody else here on the U.S. PBL Network crew, I am Brendan Shabath. Hope you enjoyed this weekend. I'll see you next weekend. Jeremy's got